we start our show here today. Thank you for coming. I know it's great to the sheep show, so thank you all for being here. Thank our judge, Dustin Cruit, coming up from Illinois to judge for us today. We'll get more details on him later. Just a couple reminders for please make sure that you're getting to the ring promptly. We need to keep moving with 265 head. Also, but when we start in show, we'll start with showmanship. Try to overlap those showmanships. Stay tuned for more information on that. Heats for the senior intermediate showmanship. I have those here. I'll make some here at some point and get those posted. But there will be 3 heats for some of those showmanship classes, so pay attention to that.
I sure appreciate the opportunity to be here and to actually get back in the ring. I can't tell you how many shows we've had canceled for me personally to evaluate and sort. So it's good to be back here. We've got the first opportunity in Illinois to show yesterday, and sure it was good to just get back amongst friends and get back to doing what we kind of love to do. Start out with in the white-face division here. I think we got a class winner that goes ahead and runs to the top pretty handily. Young man does a nice job of sticking this one together. One small thing on this one, if I could just relax her top line, I think that one can go and run with just about anything that we'll see. But I think when you take that one and you evaluate and break that one down, that one's awfully good. One that's just base wider at the ground. She's big and bold in terms of her rib. She's the firmest handling one as well as the biggest bodied one. She's got the most muscle, and I think she has to win. I think from that point on, you get in here and you start breaking some of these down. I think the young lady's weather and second's the one that brings the most things together for me. This one's green in terms of his type and his kind, but I think in terms of his handle, he's big at the top of his hip. He's hard and firm and fresh in terms of his rack shape. I like the way that one's put together. I like the length of body. A more unique one the young man has in 3. I think one for me has got some shape. It is extremely big racked. We just need to trim that one up a little bit in terms of keeping that one together. But I think that one's best days are ahead of him. That one's definitely got some breeding value in my mind. And the young man we go ahead and conclude with has got one that's extremely long-sided, really firm and fresh to the touch. Again, I think that one's best days are ahead of him. Keep feeding on that one, young man. I think you got an awfully nice one.
Placings in Class 1 AOBs. In first place is Brady Might. In second place is Tegan McConnell. Third place is Jordan Chavira. In fourth place is Owen Steinke. And in fifth place is Brianna Pescar. Now entering the ring is Class 2 AOBs. Class 2 AOBs are in the ring. Class 3 AOBs, please be on deck. Hampshire Exhibitors, there are only 3 sheep in the Class 3 of AOBs, and then we'll go ahead and select your champion in reserve. So if we could have the first class, a Hamps Class 4 on deck at the front part of the Farm Progress Arena. Thanks.
Ultra competitive pair here on top. I think obviously we come out of 2 different breeds and divisions, if you will. But I think ultra close. They've got some give and take to each of them. And I guess when I get into these type of scenarios, I try to take these 2 into their particular breeds and take them to your state fair or further down the line and see how I think they would compete. I think the young man Southdown's the one that rises to the top for me. He gets this one set. I think this one's extremely neat from the side, and I think for this particular breed, I think one that handles extremely good. He's firm and fresh about his handle. He's good in his body line. I really like him in that rear flank, and I think one that is just super balanced when we get that one from the side view. You get behind him, and he sure doesn't disappoint you. I think one that's ultra neat to start. Young Lady Sheep in second's one that's definitely bigger act and more expressive. I think if we could just turn that one up in the front side of his skeleton, one that just doesn't want to come out of his front quite as correct as our class winner, but I think one that you get your hands on, you sure got to be impressed. This is definitely the most dynamic handling one that we have out here. Just like to change the front side of that one skeleton to get him up any higher for me today. And the young ladies Southdown that we conclude our top three with, one that's pretty as a picture from the side, maybe just one that's wanting to get a notch softer in terms of his handle in comparison to those two that we have directly ahead of him. But outstanding class, and congratulations to all.
Class 3 AOBs are now entering into the ring. For Class 2 AOBs, first place was Cole Slark. Second place was Kaylin Smirchek. Third place was Anna Marie, not really sure on that last name, but I'm going to try it anyway. And fourth place was Colin Tracy, and fifth place was Ainsley Balfons. Again, Class 3 AOBs is entering into the ring. We'll pick our champion in our reserve, and then we'll move right into our Hamp show. So if Class 4 Hamps could again be on deck, that would be great.
Another high-quality class, a little more challenging in this one. I think our class winner for me is the one that puts the most things together. This one gets progressively deeper when we watch him from the outside in. I think one that's more up in terms of his undercarriage, one that gets progressively deeper in his flank. You get your hands on this one. This one's extremely fresh in terms of his skin. He's maybe one that's carrying a notch more condition than I ideally like, but I think one that surfaces to the top in this particular trio. Young Lady Sheep in second is one that probably handles as firm and as fresh as anything that we have out here. Again, just like to change the underside of this one. Skeleton, young lady gets her propped up there. She looks extremely good. Maybe like to give her just a shot more foot and bone to compete with our class winner, but I think two that are ultra competitive. As we get into three, I think probably the stoutest featured one that we have out here in terms of his feet and legs. I think one that for me today, we just need to freshen up that hide, take a notch of condition off that one, but I think an ultra high competitive trio that we brought out to the ring. Congratulations.
In Class 3 AOBs, in first place was Brady Brandt. In second place was Macy Squires. And in third place was Samantha Semrau. We will now be selecting our breed champion and reserve champion AOB. Hamps, please be ready on deck.
Well, folks, as we get out here to select our champion, I think we've sure got six outstanding individuals out here in this particular whiteface division. I think they're ultra competitive. I think there's a pair out here for me that surface to the top. I think everybody from the outside has their own opinion. I think they're interchangeable depending on what your preference are and what your parts that you feel are more important. I'll go show you the two I like in the particular order. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your champion AOB was exhibited by Brady Might, and that was a sheep out of Class 1. Your reserve champion AOB was exhibited by Cole Slark, and that was the first place out of Class 2. Now, if we could have Hampshire exhibitors bring Class 4 into the ring to go ahead and start our Hampshire show. Just FYI for everybody, Class 4 Hampshires are currently in the ring. If we could get Class 5, the next class of Hampshires coming up to be on deck, that would be great. Again, we are starting to place Class 4 Hampshires, so Class 5 Hamps, you're on deck.
Well, folks, as we get into our Hampshire division, we kind of heat things up. These two on top, I think, are interchangeable depending on your preference and what you're looking for. Young Lady Sheep, I start with one that's just extremely expressive in terms of her rack, one that is just a notch shallower in terms of her front end design. She's a notch shallower in her forerib. She gets progressively deeper. I like that about her. She handles extremely good, and I think one that's just a scotch bigger at the ground. I'm not a huge bone critic, but I think when you get down to sorting two that are this high quality, I think those are some little things that come to the table. Young Man Sheep in seconds, maybe one that's a notch more ready today, one that is extremely hard in terms of her touch, one that's got some extra body. I think two that are pretty, I guess for me today, two that are pretty interchangeable in terms of certain things. I like them both. That's the order I like them in today. Young Lady in 3, I think your sheep is ultra skinny, but I think he's really, really good. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job of putting that one together. But I think when you study that one and you evaluate that one's got a ton of shape out of the backside of his shoulder, one that is extremely firm and fresh in terms of his touch. And I think when you get behind that one and look at that one at the ground, that one may be one of the biggest bone ones that we have in our top 3. Ultra high quality class. Congratulations to all.
Out of Class 4, the first class of Hampshires, first place was Sarah Johnson. Second place was Brady Might. Third place was Lainey Thomas. Fourth place was Singe Kind. And fifth place was Ainsley Balfont. Class 5 Hampshires are now into the ring. So if Class 6 Hampshires would make their way to the holding area. Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the 2020 Showdown at Dodge Corona edition. So today we have our judge for show 1 is Dustin Cruit from Illinois. He'll be evaluating our first class. Again, just so everybody knows, we'll be doing all of our market sheep first and following up with showmanship, going from youngest to oldest. And I believe we'll be going in that same order for the second show, but we'll be starting with showmanship and then following it up again with the second market show.
Once again, ultra competitive trio are out here. I think they're all just a freckle different, I guess, for me. I think standing still and we keep them planted, our class winner wins so pretty handily. I think when you study that one in terms of touch and shape that one has down the backside of his top, I think one that is unparalleled to anything that we have out here. we get that one, we stick that one into motion, maybe one that wants to get just a notch more up under himself than what I prefer, but I think one that brings some things to the table that we have to use today, and I think for me today, that's just the best one in this particular class. Young ladies ULAM in second, I think, is one that most rivals that one. That one's extremely big in terms of a rack, one that is big-ended and big-hipped. That one's just got a notch more condition on her, maybe not quite as fresh over her loin edge as what our class winner is, but I think two that are extremely nice in terms of those top pair. As we get into sheep in 3, I think one that the future looks bright for that one for me. That one's just got a notch more daylight under that one. I think maybe one that's the lightest muscled of the top 3, but I think one that's sure got enough for me. I just think this one's the best days are ahead of them. We start adding weight to this sheep, and I think this is the one of the top 3 that has the ability to get bigger and get better as we put that thing on feed and further on throughout our summer. Congratulations, outstanding class.
Now entering the ring is Class 6 of our Class 6 Hampshires. Class 7, if you could be on deck. Placing on Class 5 Hampshire Market Lambs. In first place is Callie Nelson. Second place is J.C. Johnson. Third place is Morgan Van Schindel. Fourth place is Jaden Krause. And fifth place is Megan Zietler. Class 6 Hamps are now into the ring. Class 7, please be on deck.
two ultra high quality ones here on the top end. I think our class winner, Young Man Sheep's just a notch shallower in terms of viewing that one from the outside in. You get your hands on both of those sheep and they're ready to go. They're both big rack, they're both flat loin, they got some hip and they got some bone work under them. I think it comes down to, breaking them down into some small things. I think the Young Man Sheep's one that's just a notch shallower for me. Young Man Sheep in second's big and stout and wide, and I think, if we could just clean him up underneath the underside of that forerib and just shallow him up ever so slightly, he's gonna give that class winner all he wants, and he does that anyway. I think a pair that are awfully nice. We get into 3 and 4. I think another pair that have got some give and take. Young Man Sheep in second, for me today, one that's just a scotch closer to being ready. You get your hands on that one. That one's as hard and as firm as any that we have out here. I think one that you've sure got to appreciate. I get around those two that we have ahead of her. I think definitely just need to blow that one open, but I think one that just has to go into 3 logically for me. And we get into our 4th place individual, definitely the greenest one that we have out here, but I think the future's bright in that one. I think we keep feeding on that one as summer progresses. That one's got some size and some scale to allow that one to keep getting better as we feed that one throughout the summer, and definitely got some shape and some back in that one. So I think as we progress throughout the summer, that one's future looks bright. Congratulations.
That's a heck of a pop. Now entering the ring is Class 7 of our Hamp Show. Class 8, if you could be on deck. Market U Exhibitors, just a heads up, we have 2 more classes, and then we'll be selecting our champion in reserve, and then we'll be rolling right into the Market U show. So Market U Exhibitors, be on the standby.
Just an announcement, we're planning to do waybacks on some of the classes. However, due to the size of the show and the time constraints, we've decided to not do waybacks today, just to keep the show moving a little bit quicker today.
You're placing on Class 6 Hampshires. In first place was Wyatt Nixon. Second place was Brady Might. Third place was Brady Brandt. Fourth place was Martina Schultz. Fifth place was Maria Schwartz.
We got here in our next to heavyweight class here. I think the young lady's ewe-lamb just surfaces to the top pretty handily in this class. I think you get behind this when she's wide. She's extremely hard handling. She's got a really, really big rack in that one. I think the young lady gets her propped up, and she looks extremely good from the outside in. I think it gets a little competitively closer from 2 and 3. I think young lady sheep in second's one that's big and firm in terms of her loin. I think one that has got some mass and muscle. I'd be the first one to admit I'd like to change the underline of that sheep ever so slightly. I think that's what makes it a competitive pair. As we get into 3, I think one that's maybe a notch more upstanding in terms of his front end, one that's a notch longer necked. Just one that's, for me today, I guess, getting a little softer in terms of his handle in comparison to those two. But I think an outstanding trio and all high quality. Congratulations.
Class 8 Hampshires are now entering the ring. Class 9, be ready on deck. Your placings on Class 7 Hamps. In first place is Lindsay Roloff. In second place is Grace Peterson. Third place is Ty Paskill. Fourth place is Allison Lucen. Fifth place is Ava Wolf. Again, we have Class 8 Hamps in the ring now. We have one class of heavyweight Hamps. Then we'll select your champion in reserve. And then we're going to roll right into the Market Use Show.
again, maybe a class that didn't exactly go together as smoothly as I thought, but I think our class winner wins pretty handily. For me, young lady does a nice job of putting this one together when this one wants to cooperate, and I'll be the first one to admit, when this one walked in, I thought she was going to be a scotch fatter than what she actually is. You get your hands on this one, she's pretty impressive. She's got some shape down the top side of her shoulder. She's one that handles trimmer than I thought she would over her forerib, and I think when you compare her against her contemporaries, just her basic build and her basic livestock ability allows her to sort to the top of this class pretty handily for me. Young Man Sheep in second, I think, is another one that just rises and keeps growing on me. You study that one, and I think you get on that one's rib cage, and is one that's extremely big. I like the way that one's presented and put together. That one's probably the freshest handling one that we have in our top four. Maybe not the heaviest muscled of our top four, but I think one, as he keeps driving that one and working with that one, I think the future looks bright. Congratulations. Young lady in three, for me today, one that's just definitely the slickest hided one that we have out here. That one's got some shape down the backside of her shoulder, one that's opened up, got some forerib shape, got some muscle. Maybe just not quite as fresh as those two that we have directly ahead of them, but I think a sheep that's just good in terms of his basic build. And as we get into four, I think one that, as we can all see from the outside, one that's the freaky one out here. I think that one's got shape from the backside of his shoulder to the tip of her tail. You get behind that one's extremely big and terminal in terms of her muscle. For me today, for my type and kind, that one gets a little small, a little closer to the ground, and we stick that one into motion, just gets a little more restricted in her movement. But I think we stick that one out in a breeding environment, get her to the right buck, and I think that one has got a world of potential. Congratulations.
Class 9 Hamps are now entering the ring. Following this heavyweight class of Hamps, we'll go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion Hamps and start with Class 10 Market Use following the champion drive for the Hamps. Placings on Class 8 Hampshire Market Lambs. In first place was Samantha Semrau. In second place was Gavin Slark. Third place was Mallory Schmall. Fourth place was Phoenix Seibert. And fifth place was Caleb Tracy.
Another high-quality trio we have out here in our heavies. Young lady in first, I think one that just, we get into these heavier weight ones. That one's the freshest handling one that we have out here. That one's ultra lean in terms of her forerib. She gets that one set up and stretched out. I think that one's as firm and as fresh as anything that we've had out here in this particular drive. And I think one that for me today is just he puts the most things together. You study that one at the ground. I like the way that one moves around the ring. That one's got some turn to his forerib. I think one that for me today just has to rise to the top. Young lady in second's one that drives the heck out of that one. I like the way she presents that sheep. You get on that sheep, she's firm in her handle. I think the biggest thing in first and second for me today is that one's just a notch flatter in terms of her forerib. You get your hands on that one. That one's got some shape, and one that is extremely good looking from the side. If I could change that forerib design, I think we could slide that one up into first hole. Congratulations on presenting that one. We get into three, and I think the big stout one of the group, that one's got a definite advantage in terms of rack shape, and in terms of our sheep in second. But I think when you get off of that one, our underline's just a notch more unbalanced, and we'd just like to free that one up of a little bit of condition for me today to get around those two that we have directly ahead of them. But congratulations, great set.
All right, now we'll be going ahead and rolling right into the Hamp Champion Drive. If the first class of market use, Class 10, could be on deck, so we can roll right into those right after the Hamp Grand Drive. If we could have all of our first and second place exhibitors from the classes of Hamps into the ring. Your placing on Class 9 of the Hamps, the heavyweight class. First place was Ashlyn Brandt. Second place was Megan Zietler. Third place was Morgan Squires. Fourth place was Keegan Steinke. And fifth place was Ebby Lurkey.
Well, folks, as we get out here to select our champion, I think, outstanding set. And if we could, let's please put our hands together for these young people around the show ring. Personally, my first time to come out here and evaluate your livestock, and I know we're not near done with it, but I think outstanding as we get into these Hampton. I'm sure it's just going to get progressively more competitive as we go on, but I think an ultra high quality set. I think it comes down to 2 or 3 out here, and probably particularly 2. I think from the outside looking in, everybody's probably got their favorites. For me, there's one that maybe takes a better picture in terms of one that's standing still, and we've got one that's just a notch more massive, and I like his movement. And I think anybody that knows me knows I kind of like him to flex around the ring. I like him to have a good set of running gears underneath him. I think that's the biggest sort for me today. But I think an ultra competitive pair, they're a little bit different in their type and kind. I'll go show you the 2 that I like. Congratulations. Let's give these kids one more big round of applause. We got here in our market division, our U division. I think gets competitive here on the top end. I think just sheer pounds of product, the young lady sheep's going to go ahead and win for me today. That one's extremely big out of the top side of her shoulder. She's really shapely in terms of her rack. I'd be the first one to admit we'd like to change that one a little bit in terms of her underline, but I think once the young lady, if we get that one propped up, it makes a big difference for that front end to fore rib plank is, and I think when we get that one, designed and shown maybe just a notch harder, that one surfaces to the top. Young lady in seconds one, I like that sheep quite a bit. That one is at a severe weight disadvantage today in this particular class, but I think she sure holds her own in this drive. Young lady does a good job of putting that one together. I think the future looks bright. Keep working. We keep feeding on that one. She's going to do nothing but get better and better. And the young man sheep in 3, I think one that longest bodied sheep of our top 3. I think that maybe works to that one's advantage in this particular weight range. One that's got some shape down her top, one that's got some mass and some muscle. Just one that we need to stouten up to get around those 2 directly ahead of her. Congratulations.
Placings on Class 10 Market Ewe Lambs. In first place is Becca Murphy. Second place is Hadley Thomas. Third place is Ty Thorson. Fourth place is Jordan Chavra. Fifth place is Olivia Lulich. Class 11 Market Ewe Lambs are now entering the ring. Class 12, please be on deck.
I think as we get out here in this ULAM division, I think our class winner is one for me that I guess for me today, maybe not the most terminal in terms of her shape, but I think that's the best livestock that we have out here in terms of our top three. I'd be the first one to admit I'd like to take a little bit of set out of her hock, but I think when the young man gets this one stuck, that one's flank to forerib ratio is as good as any that we have out here. She's heavy enough muscled for me today. She's got a big rack working in her. She's firm and fresh to the touch. She's, she's really neat from the outside looking in, and I think, just one that has to sort to the top for me today. Young Man Sheep in second, I think, is one that most closely follows our class winner. Another one that's big racked and got some shape and is firm to the touch. Maybe just like to freshen that hide up to get around our class winner, but I think one that just follows our class winner extremely nice. And we go ahead and conclude our top three with one that's probably the heaviest muscle one of our top three. Maybe just one for me today that wants to get, wants to get just a notch more bunched up in comparison to those two that we have directly ahead of her. But congratulations.
All right, placing on Class 11 Market Elams. In first place is Brant Balfons. Second place is Kevin Kitchen. Third place is Olivia Olson. Fourth place is Ainsley Balfons. And fifth place is Hayden Taylor. Now entering the ring is Class 12 Market Elams. Class 13, please be on deck. For our natural colored exhibitors, we have one more class of Market Elams following Class 13. Then we'll go ahead and select our champion reserve and then move into Class 15 for our natural class.
Well, folks, as we get out here in this particular division, we definitely turned up the heat. No offense to some of the other classes that we've had. Young lady brings us one that dominates this class. And I think in every way you want to talk about it, this one's more opened up. This one's got some shape, some back, some rear end, some hip design. I think we get that one propped up and set. She pretty well does it in every avenue. As we get from that point forward, I think it gets a little more competitively close. Young Lady Sheep in second is one that I like a great deal in terms of just basic build. She does a nice job of propping that one up and getting that one together. That one's got a really expressive rack shape. That one has got some meat and some muscle. And I think when you view that one from the side, that one's the tallest shouldered of our remaining animals that we have out here. I think the Young Lady Sheep in 3 is one that most closely follows her. Maybe just not quite as much total product of that one as we have in those 2 ewes ahead of them. She does a nice job of showing that one when that one wants to go. I think that one's as pretty as a picture from the outside looking in. That one's got some meat and some muscle and some mass from the outside looking in. And I think she just goes into 3 for me today. And we go ahead and conclude our top 4 with the Young Lady Sheep, probably the second heaviest muscled ewe that we have out here. Maybe one for me today that just wants to get a notch more lower in terms of that front port of her shoulder. Maybe didn't want to have her neck come out of her shoulder quite as correct. But I think 4 outstanding individuals in an ultra high quality class.
Placings on Class 12 Market Ewe Lambs. First place is Callie Nelson. Second place is Kaylin Smirchek. Third place is Addison Lace. Fourth place is Aubrey Brandt. And fifth place is Tegan McConnell. Now entering the ring is Class 13 Market Ewes. Class 14, please be on deck. Following Class 14 of Market Ewe Lambs, we'll go ahead and roll right into our champion Market Ewe Drive, and then we'll go ahead and move into the natural colors.
Well, folks, as we get out here in this particular class, I think we got three that are definitely hot and heavy in terms of heat. I don't think we've had a class that has came out today that's had three this competitive, but yet all different in terms of their type and kind. Young lady sheep that we start with, this one I think is just the most fault-free. This one's maybe not wanting to show the best, but when we get that one stuck, I really appreciate the feet and legs under this one. I like the way that one handles in terms of, you know, the shape that she has down her top. I like her underline. I like some things that she brings to the table. As we get out here and all three of them, I think there's small things that we'd like to change. I'd like to change that one maybe just ever so slightly on the top side of her tail head, but I think one that when we get her into this environment, I think she just rises to the top. Again, young man sheep in second one. I think for me today, from a profile standpoint, you want to stand behind one and take a picture. I think that's the one. I think I love the way that one swoops in terms of her flank. We stick that one into motion. She wants to get a notch more restricted on that show side rear leg. For me today, I guess that's in this female thing especially. I know it's a market division, but I like to see all my animals move and flex. I think that's one that rises up there. I think she's got some shape, and she's got a definite big old booty in that one. I love the flank line. I love the design of that one, just like to flex her up. We get into maybe a notch more terminal U that we have there in three. I think one that's big in terms of her back. She's got some shape down her top. She just gets a notch too straight for me today, but I think three high-quality individuals. Congratulations to all.
Placings on Class 13, Market U's. First place is Sarah Johnson. Second place is Wyatt Nixon. Third place is Isabel Roloff. Fourth place is Riley Thies. Fifth place is Phoenix Seibert. Now coming into the ring is Class 14 Market U's. This is the last class of Market U's. We'll go ahead and move into our Grand and Reserve Market U drive. So if you had a first or second place in any of the other classes of Market U's, please be on deck. Following the champion drive for the Market U's, we'll go ahead and move right into our natural show, starting with Class 15. So Class 15, just be aware and be on standby.
I guess we get in this division, maybe one that sorts a little quicker for me than the last class, taking nothing away from anything out here. But I think the young lady sheep that we start with is one that just rises to the top. She's one that's got some shape down her top. She's the biggest, widest, roundest bodied one that we have out here. She gets around the ring on a good set of feet and legs, and I think she just has to go to the top. Second heaviest muscle one, in my opinion, that puts the most things together is the young lady sheep in second. I think one that's got some pattern, got some length aside, got some shape down her top, and I think she just logically goes into second for me today. go ahead and conclude our top three with the young man's ewe that we have there in three. One that's big in terms of her outline. She's cool in terms of her head, neck, and her shoulder. She's extremely long down her top. She's got some shape, maybe not quite as much gluteal shape there as what we have in our two that we have directly ahead of her, but I think one that's just good, sound livestock. Congratulations.
Placings on Class 14 of the Market Ewes. In first place was Maria Luther. Second place was Marquette Seibert. Third place was Brayson Brandt. Fourth place was Morgan Squires. And fifth place was Cameron Johnston. If we can have the first and the second place out of all the Market Ewe lambs come into the ring for the Grand and Reserve Champion Market Ewe selection. Again, natural colored exhibitors, Class 15 is on deck. We will start with the naturals as soon as we are done with the Champion Market Ewe drive.
Folks, as we get out here, I won't take a whole lot of time. There's one that, when this one came out in the ring, I think sorted itself pretty handily. I think from that point on, reserve has to become elementary because of how we've got them stacked. I'll go show you the two that I like. But congratulations, and let's give these kids one big round of applause.
For your Champion Market Ewe was exhibited by Callie Nelson out of Class 12. Reserve Market Ewe was exhibited by Sarah Johnson out of Class 13. Your Reserve Champion WLCA Market Ewe is Kaylin Smirchek out of Class 12. Now entering the ring is Class 15, your first class of natties. Then we'll go ahead and follow it with Class 16 and 17. There are only 3 classes of naturals. So those of you that are showing specs, please be aware of that and be ready.
three ultra high quality ones here that are a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. I'll be the first one to admit. Young Lady Sheep, though, I think is the one that puts the most things together for me at this stage of development. I'll be the first one to admit I'd like to drop that one down in his flank ever so slightly and free him up. But I think when you take this to the pure free and fresh muscle shape, I think that one has to rise to the top. He's got the ability to get some size to him. I think one that is big hip and big ended. Young Man Sheep is in second, the one that is the unique one of the group. I think that one's extremely big in terms of her forerib, one that's big racked and big ended. Maybe one that we just like to shoot off the ground ever so slightly, but I think when that young man is doing a great job of driving that one, we get that one's head up, and I think one that just rises to the top. Young Lady Sheep in 3, I think one that I'll be the first one to admit I missed that one coming in. That one's hide reads a little bit different from the outside than what he actually really touches like. You get your hands on that one, he sure doesn't disappoint you. He appears to have some extra skin. That's just his color pattern. You get up on him, and I think one that's pretty impressive. So outstanding trio in a high-quality class.
Placings on Class 15 Naturals. In first place is Callie Nelson. In second place is Nash Johnson. Third place is Riley Thies. Fourth place is Tyler Schwartz. And fifth place is Trenton Zahn. Now entering the ring is Class 16, our second class of Naturals. We have one more class of Naturals, and then we'll go ahead and select our champion in reserve. So Spec Exhibitors, be on standby.
Super nice sheep in this class. I think goes ahead and runs away with it pretty handily for me. One that just extremely flexible set of running gears. You get that with the addition of one that's just got some meat and some muscle down his top. Young lady does a good job of putting him together. His skin, his quality. He's one that's got a great amount of fill in him. I like that about him. I think just an easy class winner. From that point, it gets a little tougher in 2 and 3. Young man's Ulami brings out in second, I think, for me, is one that's just a notch better in terms of her touch, one that's just fresher and firmer to the touch. And I think the young lady sheep in 3, I think, is one that his best days are still ahead of him. As that sheep matures, we get some more fill in that sheep. I think the days are looking brighter. Congratulations to all once again.
Placings on Class 16 of the Naturals. In first place is Chloe Nelson. Second place is Caleb Tracy. Third place is Ellie Peterson. Fourth place is Jaden Krause, and fifth place is Maria Lauer. Heads up for your spec exhibitors, we are now having Class 17 naturals coming into the ring. Following the completion of this class, and our first and second place natural exhibitors to go ahead and select our champion in reserve, then we'll roll right into the specs. So those of you that had a first or second placing animal in any of the natural classes, please be on deck so we can go ahead and select our champion natural.
Another high-quality set of blue ones out here. I think these first two are close. They've got some differences in them. Young Man Sheep's one that's just fresher and firmer to the touch, one that his skin quality is excellent. And I think when you get directly behind this one, I think he's just got a notch more overall width and dimension. One that comes to us in a neat package from the side, and I think one that goes ahead and evaluates to the top. Young lady in second's one that I think this sheep's fill is a notch better. I think this one's a tick better in terms of his forerib to his flank. One that's just getting a little staler over his top line in comparison to that one we win with, but I think two that are ultra competitive. This is probably the heavier structured one of the pair. And Young Man in three, I think one that maybe not wanting to give us the best look today, but I think when you get your hands on that one, get directly behind that one's got a good shape in terms of his forerib, got some meat and muscle in that one. Keep working with that one. We get that one to show he'll rise up to the top. Congratulations.
If you had a first or a second place in any of the natural classes, we are now going to go ahead and start our natural champion drive. So if you could make your way to the ring. Spec exhibitors, class 18 should be on deck because as soon as we're done with the naturals, we'll go ahead and roll right into the two classes of specs.
I guess we get out here to select our champion. I think our champion's pretty evident for me. I think there's one who's just good in terms of her build. She's sound, and he is extremely good in terms of his movement. I think that's what I like about him as good as anything. When you combine that with the fact that he's hard handling and good to look at, I think sure doesn't hurt anything. I think for reserve it gets a little closer, but I think it's still elementary. We've got to stick with the basics. I'll go show you the two that I like.
Class 18, our first class of specs, is going ahead and going into the ring. Class 19, our second and final class of specs, please be on deck. Placings on the Class 17 of the natural colors, so the last ones. In first place was Brayson Brandt. Second place was Megan Zietler. Third place was Everett Mueller. Fourth place was Grace Peterson. And fifth was Ebby Lurkey. Your champion natural was exhibited by Chloe Nelson out of Class 16. And your reserve champion natural was exhibited by Callie Nelson out of Class 15. Again, we have Class 18, our first class of specs in the ring right now. Class 19 should be on deck, and then we'll go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion spec.
We got here in our spec division, and our class winner, I think, does so pretty handily. One that just checks all the boxes in terms of muscle shape and just length of side and coolness of look. Maybe one that we add, we get down to a state fair scenario, maybe we like to add just a notch more white on that one. But I think one in terms of just terminal shape in this drive today has to rise to the top. Young man in second does a great job of presenting that one, a great job of driving that one. I think when you study that one, he's got an extremely neat in terms of his forerib. He's long in terms of his spine. He's got some width and dimension down his top. He's big-legged. He's big-boned. I think one that just logically slides into second for me today. And we go ahead and conclude with a young lady sheep that's maybe not wanting to just drive for her today, but she's doing a great job of keeping that one together. That one's got a winner in terms of the top side of his skin that's got some meat and muscle. Congratulations to all.
Class of specs. First place is Connor's. Place is Marie. And fourth place is Emma Kurzweil. Class 9 are now into the ring. Function of this class will select our champion and recipient spec. So, Exhibitors, please be ready on deck. As soon as possible, we'll roll right into completion of the spec champion drive.
I guess for me, these are the kind of classes I like. This one lines up pretty logical for me. Young lady sheep wins. He's round and extremely shapely down his top, I think, for a spec in particular. This one's really, really good from the outside looking in. That one's neck set comes out of his shoulder right. He handles good, and I think just rises to the top pretty easily. I think from that point on, young man sheep in second's the second heaviest muscle one that we have out here, as well as the second freshest handling one. So he logically rides into second. That one's got a big rack. He's big-ended. He's got some structure underneath him. frame. He's big in terms of his forem, and he's bold. I think just a really neat sheep to slide into second hole. And our sheep in third, I think, most closely follows our sheep in second. I think their build is pretty similar. They've got some shape down their top. They've got some forerib expansion. I think ones that are good on their feet and legs. Just maybe like to clean this one up ever so slightly in terms of his condition to get around those two directly ahead of him. Congratulations.
Placing on Class 9, our last class of specs. In first place was Chloe Nelson. Second place was Jordan Chavira. Third place was Brant Balfons. Fourth place was Morgan Squires. Fifth place was Colin Tracy. If you had a first or second in the two classes of specs, Class 18 or Class 19, please bring those sheep into the ring so we can go ahead and select our champion spec. Suffolk Exhibitors. We are about to roll into the Suffolks after we pick our champion and reserve champion spec, so please be on standby.
I think as we get out here to pick our champion spec, I think a pair of them that fit together extremely well. They got some length aside, they got some balance, they got some bone, but I think most importantly, the two that are going to be champion reserve are just a notch cleaner in terms of their condition. They're a notch harder and firmer in terms of their handle. I'll go out and show you the two that I like in that particular order.
Your champion spec was exhibited by Chloe Nelson out of Class 19, and your reserve champion spec was Gavin Slark out of Class 18. Suffolk Exhibitors, Class 20 is now coming into the ring. Class 21, please be on deck. For those of you showing crossbreds, just a heads up, there are also only 3 classes of Suffolk, and our heavy class of Suffolks only has 3 sheep in it. Once we complete the champion Suffolk drive, we'll go ahead and roll into our 7 classes of crossbreds. So those of you showing crossbreds, please be aware of where we are on the show schedule.
Well, folks, as we get out here in our Suffolk division, 3 sheep I think that are a little bit different in their type and kinds, and I'll be the first one to admit I've had them all in first and I've had them all in third. I think they're all a little bit different. I think they've all got a little bit of things that I'd like to change ever so slightly. I guess I came to the young man sheep. This is the firmest, freshest handling one that I think brings us the least amount of problems. I think one for me today, I'll be the first one to admit she's not as big at her tail head as what a couple of them other ones are. But I think one that just balances up when we get her from the side as good as any. I'd like to free her up on this show side, a rear hawk, but I think when we set that into motion, we put everything together and things that you like and don't like, I think that's the one for me. She's a shapely one, she's a hard handle one, and she's the freshest to the touch. Young lady sheep, I think if we can leave that one stuck and leave that one without moving, I think that one rises to the top. I like the silhouette that one brings to us. We simply stick that one into motion. She wants to get a little more restricted in her top line, wants to stick that thing up in the air. I'd just like to fix that about her ever so slightly. And the young lady sheep that is maybe not wanting to quite cooperate, she's doing a great job of driving that critter. That's the sheep that I think's got some basics that may be better than both of them. I think when we study this one and when this one wants to give us the look that she is right there, we've maybe not got that the whole time. I think you study that one, she's opened up, she's got some muscle, she's got some mass, and I think we settle that one down. She may rise to the top and be your champion next week. So keep working. I like all 3 of those sheep a great deal. Congratulations on a good class.
Placings on Class 20, our first Suffolk class, is in first place is Luke Lale. Second place was exhibited by J.C. Johnson. Third place was exhibited by Lainey Thomas. Fourth place was exhibited by Kylie Slark. And fifth place was exhibited by Samantha Semrau. Now entering the ring is Class 21, our second class of Suffolks. We have one more class of Suffolks, our heavyweights. And then there's only 3 in that class. We'll go ahead and roll right into our champion drive and then go into the crossbreds.
We got here in our heavies. I think just shape and handle. Young lady's sheep just has a notch more rack shape. It's a little more aggressive in terms of that shape down the backside of her top line. I think when she gets her stuck and gets that front end up, I think one that just balances up a notch better. Young man sheep in second's one that I think you study that one. I love that one from behind. I think the natural muscling and just design of that one, it gives our class winner all he wants. Just maybe not as fresh and as firm to the touch as what our class winner is, but I think in terms of basics, I think that one is extremely neat and extremely nice. We get into three. I think one that logically fits into third for me today. Just a notch shorter coupled in terms of those three that we had directly ahead of them. But I think one that's got some muscle, got some mass, and you get directly behind that one gets extremely stout. Congratulations to all.
You're placing on Class 21 of the Suffolks. In first place is Isabel Roloff. Second place is Jordan Chavira. Third place is Cole Slark. Fourth place is Tegan McConnell. And fifth place is Singe Kine. Now coming into the ring is Class 22, our heavyweight Suffolks. Following the completion of this class, we'll go ahead and select the champion and reserve Suffolk, and then go ahead and start with our first class at Crossbreds, Class 23. Class 22, our heavyweight class of Suffolks, is now in the ring. If you had a first or a second in any of our classes of Suffolks, please be on deck for the grand drive.
As we get into our heavies, I think just pretty logical. Young lady sheep just has the most mass. She's the freshest of the three. I think one that stands tall at the top side of her shoulder. I think one that just goes ahead and has to win pretty easily for me today. Young man sheep in second's the one that most closely follows her in my mind. I think one that's good in terms of his cage, one that's the second most robust one that we have out here, and I think the second firmest and freshest to the touch. Young lady on the end has one that's ultra cool skinned and good looking from the side. We just need to freshen that one up over her loin edge and stouten that one up from front to rear to compete with those that are directly ahead of them.
Placings on Class 22 are heavyweight Suffolks. In first place is Peyton Van Schlindel. Second place is Levi Paulskill. And third place is Aubrey Brandt. Now entering the ring is our first and second place exhibitors for our Suffolk show to go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion Suffolk. With that being said, crossbred exhibitors, if you are in our lightweight class at Crossbreds, Class 23, please be on deck so we can go ahead and move into our crossbred show as soon as we're done with our Suffolk champion drive.
So we got here to check our champion Suffolk drive. I think all three bring some things to the table that maybe the other ones don't have. Young Man Sheep, we come out of Class 1 is one that's the freshest and most youthful in terms of that one's presentation. I think what you see is what you get there. That one's naked of fat, one that's got some shape in terms of his rack, or excuse me, her rack, one that is just fresh and maybe just needs a little more fat and some time to fill in. But I think that's one that is definitely in contention to, put the most things right to the table. Young ladies sheep we have in reserve hole, or excuse me, second hole there. I think one that is maybe the most ready today. I don't know as if the high side on that one is as high as some of those maybe out there, but I think one that just has some shape, has some things that we like about that one. Like to change a few things, like to flex that one out just ever so slightly more. And I think one that is definitely in contention as well. And then the young lady brings a big sheep out of the heavy class, and I think from a fundamental standpoint and a soundness standpoint, that one's as tall-shouldered and as sound as any that we have out there. I think one that you've just got to make the determination is that one as fresh as those two that we have directly ahead of them. I'll go show you the two that I like, but congratulations to all.
Your champion Suffolk was exhibited by Isabel Roloff, coming out of Class 21. Your reserve champion Suffolk was exhibited by Luke Lale, coming out of Class 20. Now entering the ring is Class 23, our first classic crossbreds. Those of you that are in Class 24, please be on deck so we can roll right into this next class of crossbreds.
To start our crossbred division, I think the young man's sheep just brings us a basic built one that's level in terms of her top line. And I think in this particular drive, that's going to get her a long way. I think we could sure give this one a scotch more muscle, but I think that one's big at the ground. She's wide. Young man's doing a nice job of propping that one up, and I think one that's just going to rise to the top for us today. Young lady sheep in second's one that's a notch squarer out of her hip and bigger out of her tail head. Maybe one that's just not giving us the best look today. Young lady showing her heck off there and trying to get that sheep put together. I appreciate that about them. We all know that there's some days where they just don't want to give us their all. And young lady in 3, I think that sheep is one that she gets put together extremely well, makes that one tall-shouldered. We just need to stouten that one up and level that one out to get around those that are directly ahead of her. Congratulations to all.
All right, now we're entering the ring is Class 24, our second class of crossbreds. Class 25, crossbreds, please be on deck. Your placings on Class 23. Our first class of crossbreds is, first place was exhibited by Sawyer Dannenberg. Second place was exhibited by Piper Murfelt. Third place was also exhibited by Sawyer Dannenberg. And fourth place was exhibited by Miranda Kotke, with fifth place exhibited by Senj Kind.
folks, I think we got a dynamite pair here on top, and I think be the first one to admit they're a little bit different. I think the young lady sheep that we here to start the class with is one that she's just more opened up. He's one that's got some shape down his top. I'll be the first one to admit he's naked. I mean, he is naked of fat. What you see is what you get. And I'm sure they're pushing on that thing. I think his loin is not quite there. But I also think when you get behind that one's hip is so big, and I think when that one does fill in, that one could be big time. I think we study that one from the outside looking in. I think that one brings us a silhouette that's awfully neat. That one's shallow. That one's cool in terms of, his front end design. His hip design's big. I'd like to free him up ever so slightly on his rear too, but I think he's sound enough for me today. He's going to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young lady sheep in seconds, maybe one that hits us in terms of more of a basic model. I think one whose neck attachment comes out of the top side of his shoulder a notch better. This one's got some shape down their back. I think the biggest determination for me between the two is when you get directly behind them. This sheep's a notch shorter bodied, and this sheep doesn't have quite as much upper hip. I think they're ultra close and ultra high quality. Congratulations to both exhibitors. Young man in three, I think one that unfortunately you just get in a class with a couple buzzsaws. That one's good. He's big at the ground. He's got some extra feature under him. He's got some stoutness. He's big in terms of his forerib and his flank. Just gets into a class that's awful competitive. Congratulations.
In your second class at Crossbreds, Class 24, first place was exhibited by Peyton Van Schindel. Second place was exhibited by Kaylin Smirchek. Third place was exhibited by Kevin Kitchen. Fourth place was exhibited by Brooke Peterson. And fifth place was exhibited by Zach Deringer. For those of you that are interested in showmanship classes being posted, they will be posted at the end of the arena over by the other classes that were posted earlier today. So please keep an eye out for those. Just a reminder, once we're done with the crossbreds and we go ahead and pick our overall Grand and Reserve champion sheep, we'll go ahead and move right into showmanship, and we'll start from the youngest to the oldest. For show 2, we'll go ahead and start again with showmanship, again starting from youngest to oldest. So just be aware of that. Class 25, crossbred exhibitors, please be on deck. You guys will be next after this class.
Nice class and nice trio here on top. Young ladies, UM, I think, wins pretty handily in this division for me. You get your hands on this one, she sure doesn't disappoint you. She's square out of the top side of her hip. I think one that's got some muscle, got some handle, and I think one that's got the correct amount of length of body for me. Maybe one that's not wanting to show for us extremely well today, but when the young lady gets this one set up, I think this one's silhouette is extremely neat. Sheep in second is one I like a great deal in terms of that one's upper hip. That one, in terms of that design, and you get directly behind that one from a 3/4, that one's probably as good as any that we have in the class. You study this one from directly behind, though. This one gets a notch flatter in terms of her forerib in comparison to those two that are on both sides of her. I just like the freshness of handle and the overall gluteal shape that this one brings to the table. Young lady in 3, I think that's probably the biggest, hipped, heaviest, muscled one that we've had out here today. I think that one for me today gets a little closer to her end point than what I prefer, but I think one that has got a ton of muscle and mass in that one that's extra heavy structured. Congratulations to all.
Showmanship classes have been posted. They're posted at the end of the Farm Progress Arena, so please be checking for those. We'll be showing in heats for those showmanship classes. So your placings on Class 25 of Crossbreds. First place was exhibited by J.C. Johnson. Second place was exhibited by Emma Krutzweil. Third place was exhibited by Hadley Thomas. Fourth place was exhibited by Cole Slark. And fifth place was exhibited by Elliot Orns. Now entering the ring is Class 26, our third class, I believe, of Crossbreds. We have 3 more classes of Crossbreds, and then we'll go ahead and move into our Champion Crossbred Drive. Following that, we'll go ahead and move into our Grand and Reserve overall, and then into Showmanship.
Wow. These two on top are really, really good. I don't think it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. And guys, I judge a lot of shows, and it happens all the time. I may be the two best sheep that we've seen come in the same class, and I hate that. One of you has to be first, one of you has to be second. I think these two are awfully, awfully good. There's some interchanging parts. I went back and forth. I've taken too much of your time. But I think these kids have put these things together and deserve that time. These two are unique in terms of their build. They're fresh in terms of their handle. They're ultra good. And I'm not one to show my poker face. I'm not saying we don't have more to come, and I think that's a great thing. It's been a great show. These two are extremely good. I'm sorry somebody has to be first and somebody has to be second. This is why I come to see these things. This is why I hate to judge these things. These things are both good. They're high quality. Congratulations to you both. Young lady in 3, I think one that, that's a nice sheep and would win a lot of classes that we've had out here today. I know I've kind of had you in no man's land throughout my decision-making process, and I'm sorry for that. That's an ultra good sheep that gets into a class with a couple buzzsaws. So ultra high quality class. I apologize for taking some time. I think those two critters on top are extremely unique and extremely good. Congratulations to all. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Your placing on Class 26 of our crossbreds. In first place is Lindsay Roloff. Second place was exhibited by Hallie Schwab. Third place was exhibited by Madison Paskill. Fourth place was exhibited by Sienna Nicholas. And fifth place was exhibited by Brinley Kroll. Just a follow-up announcement to showmanship. Again, showmanship in both shows are going from youngest to oldest. So the completion of the crossbred and the overall grand drive, we'll go ahead and start showmanship youngest to oldest. For our second show later this afternoon, we'll go ahead and start with showmanship again, and we'll start again with youngest to oldest. So now entering the ring was Class 27 of our crossbreds. Class 28, please be on deck. Following Class 28, we have one more class, Class 29, and then we'll be done with the crossbreds and move into the crossbred champion drive. Following the selection of our champion crossbred, we'll go ahead and select our champion through 5th overall.
High quality class again. I think the young ladies ULAM just goes ahead and wins it for me. You get your hands on this one that's sure firm and fresh, one that's extra full in terms of her loin. That one's probably got as big a loin as any that we've seen today. One that combines that with some structural integrity, and I think one that just rises to the top pretty handily in this particular division. Young lady sheep in second's one that's extra big featured, extra big footed. I like that about that one. She gets him set up and get that one stretched out. He looks extremely well. We get him maybe where he's on the move a little bit. He wants to get just a notch flatter in terms of his forerib and his look. Just I think one that has to slide into second for me just from pure muscle mass. Young lady in 3, I think one that this is probably as firm and as fresh of handling one that we've had out here in this drive. I think one that's ultra good in terms of her muscle. But just one, I guess, for me today that just wants to get a little piecey, and we put that one into motion. Want to fix that one out of his tail head a little bit. And we go ahead and get into 4, the young ladies ULAM that we left out. I think one that's maybe built more like my speed, if you will, but I think one that when we get directly behind that one, just not as cashed out in terms of that big hip. I think one that we need to fill in her tail head a little bit to get around those that we have directly ahead of her. Congratulations.
Placings in Class 27 of our crossbreds. In first place was exhibited by Sarah Johnson. Second place was exhibited by Chloe Nelson. Third place was exhibited by Mariah Schwartz. Fourth place was exhibited by Riley Thies. Fifth place was exhibited by Samantha Semrau. Now entering the ring is Class 28 of crossbreds. We have one more classic crossbreds before our crossbred champion drive.
I guess as we get into some heavier weights, this one that we start with is just fresh. I think you get your hands on this one, it sure doesn't disappoint you. This one's extremely big and shapely in her rack, one that's got some loin shape. She's a bigger ended one, but I think most importantly in this particular class, she's just the freshest of her condition, and I think she rises to the top. Young lady sheep in second's one that's maybe built just a notch coarser in terms of his overall design, but I think another one that's fresh and firm to the touch. I think one that when we stick that one into motion wants to get just a notch higher in terms of his spine, and that's that's where I would change him, maybe peel off just a little bit of that lower brisket. But I think one, in terms of a terminal aspect, I think that one brings a lot to the table. And same goes for the young lady sheep that we conclude our top 3 with, one that's got a ton of muscle, a ton of mass. I really appreciate the extra volume and extra width. We just like to get that one a notch off the ground for me today to get him up around those 2 directly ahead of him. Congratulations to all.
In Class 28 of crossbreds, the first place was exhibited by Peyton Van Schlindel. Second place was exhibited by Leah Hutchhausen. Third place was exhibited by Phoenix Seibert. Fourth place was exhibited by Brant Balfons. And fifth place was exhibited by Sarah Kronberg. Now entering the ring is Class 29, our last class of crossbreds, and our last class for our first show today in terms of the market animal show. We'll go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion crossbred and then move into the overall drive. Following the end of the overall drive, we'll go ahead and move into showmanship. Showmanship again will start from youngest to oldest. And then we'll go ahead and move into our second show following the completion of showmanship.
As we get into some of these heavier weights, young lady sheep that we start with, one that's just the freshest one out here. You got to appreciate that about this one. You get your hands on that one, that this weight, she's still got some shape to his rack. One that handles extremely hard. He's big-ended, and I think one that just surfaces to the top for me. Young lady sheep in seconds one, I like that one in terms of the top side of his shoulder. That one's a notch taller. When she gets him put together, that one's maybe a notch more eye-appealing when we view him from the side. I think the sort is when you get your hands on that one, he's maybe not as firm and as fresh to the touch. touch is what our class winner is, but I think one that's got some extra structure underneath him as well. And we go ahead and conclude our top three with one that is neat in terms of his design. You look at that one from the outside looking in, you've sure got to appreciate that one. That one's got some swoop to his forerib and to his flank. I like that one's outline. We just need to stouten that one up to compete with those directly ahead of them.
Placings for your final classic crossbreds. First place was exhibited by Mallory Schmall. Second place was exhibited by Kylie Slark. Third place was exhibited by Caleb Tracy. Fourth place was exhibited by Colin Tracy. And fifth place was exhibited by Jody Mertens. Now entering the ring are all of our first and second places from each class in the crossbreds. We'll go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion crossbred and then move right into the overall drive.
Well, folks, as we get out here and select our crossbred, I think once again my hat's off to everybody that helped put the show on, help get these sheep together, get these kids together. They've been extremely courteous. They've been hardworking, and this is why we do it. It's good to get it back out here. It's good to get in the mix of things, and it's good to see young people working hard and doing what they love to do. I won't talk a whole lot about each and every one of them, but I think everybody probably has their favorite from the outside looking in. For me, it comes down to our Class 2 class winner, our Class 3 class winner, our Class 4 class winner, and our Class 5 class winner. Once we do that, I think our Class 2 class winner is one that's just a little bit of an outlier out there for me today. I think that one has the silhouette to be big time someday. That one's parts are extremely big. I think once that one gets some fat and put on that body, I think we could be looking at one that can raise some havoc here later on, either in the summer or, whether it's late spring here. We get into our ewe-lamb out of Class 3. I think that's probably the biggest loin one that we've had out here today. You get your hands on that one. That one's sure impressive. I know when we had that one in class, she wasn't wanting to cooperate. Young lady's got that one working good there. You can see the front end design, the silhouette, the look that one brings to the table. I think, just one that's ultra complete, and I really like the extra feature that one brings. We get into Class 4, and again, one of them classes that, as a judge, that's why you get paid. I think those two that came out of that class are ultra competitive. I think those two bring some parts to the table that are unique, and I think those two are also the heavy muscle ones that have we seen today. As we get into the big ewe-lamb there out of Class 5, I think, again, one that's robust in terms of a rib cage, one of the bigger footed ones that we've seen out there today. And I just like the extra expansion of rib that one brings to the table. I think those are the kind that can make that young lady a lot of money. We turn them things out and put a buck on them and go forward. So I'm not going to take a whole lot more of your time. I've sure appreciated judging your crossbred division, and I'll go show you the pair that I like. Congratulations to all, and if we could, let's give them a big round of applause.
Your grand champion crossbred was exhibited by Lindsay Roloff out of Class 26. Reserve champion crossbred was Hallie Schwab out of Class 26 as well. And your WCLA reserve in the crossbred division was exhibited by Peyton Van Schindel. Now entering the ring, we should have our Grand and Reserve champions for every breed. I'm just going to go ahead and recognize the exhibitors that have exhibited our champion and reserve champion for each breed. Your champion AOB was exhibited by Brady Might out of Class 1. Your reserve champion AOB was exhibited by Cole Slark out of Class 2. For the Hamp Show, champion Hamp was exhibited by Wyatt Nixon out of Class 6. Reserve champion Hamp was exhibited by Callie Nelson out of Class 5. For your Market U show, your champion Market U was exhibited by Callie Nelson out of Class 12. Your reserve Market U was exhibited by Sarah Johnson out of Class 13. For your champion Natural, that was exhibited by Chloe Nelson out of Class 16. Reserve Natural was exhibited by Callie Nelson out of Class 15. Your champion Spec was also exhibited by Chloe Nelson out of Class 19. Your reserve champion Spec was exhibited by Gavin Slark out of Class 18. Your champion Suffolk was exhibited by Isabel Roloff out of Class 21. Your reserve champion Suffolk was exhibited by Luke Lale out of Class 20. And again, your champion Crossbred was exhibited by Lindsay Roloff out of Class 26. And your reserve champion Crossbred was exhibited by Hallie Schwab out of Class 26. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause for some outstanding sheep today. Again, we'd like to welcome y'all to the 2020 Showdown at Dodge here in Beaver Dam. We really appreciate everybody coming out to one of the first livestock shows in Wisconsin since the coronavirus outbreak, so we really appreciate y'all coming out. We'd also like to thank our judge, and if y'all would give him a round of applause, Dustin Cruit from Illinois. He came up today to sort through what is really an outstanding group of sheep. So we'll let him go ahead and choose his champion, reserve champion, and all the way through 5th overall.
Following the completion of the champion drive here, just take a couple of minutes to get organized, and we are going to start with showmanship. Do things a little bit different. We'll get the young kids in, but if you're in the second class, whatever age group they technically call that, please wait outside the building. Our second judge will be here. When the younger kids come out, we're going to give them about 5 minutes, and then we're going to have 2 rings of showmanship going on at the same time. We're kind of use the north end of the building and the south end. Again, just try to save a little bit of time today. We'll come out and get you to the other side. We'll kind of have the holding areas be outside the doors. And like I say, we'll see how that goes. If it doesn't work out, we won't do it next year.
Well, folks, as we get out here to select our champion, I know this is why we do it, and I know we've got a big crowd gathered around, and I think that's what it's all about. If you would, please give the staff a big round of applause for putting this together and allowing it to happen. I know this year's been a little bit traumatic for everybody in the sheep business, whether it come to affecting your sales, whether it came to affecting your shows. And I think just the ability to get out here and to be able to do this is big. And I think, as a livestock community, we all kind of come together and get this thing pulled off. So, I'm appreciative of everybody that came out and drove to me today, because I think it's one of those things that, we need to not take for granted, because not just too terribly long ago it was taken away from us, and we realized really quickly that, it is what we do. It is a way of life, and I'm sure appreciative to be able to come evaluate your stock, and for B, for you guys to have this opportunity to be able to show. So without that being said, we're going to go ahead and discuss these sheep just a little bit. I'm not going to go into too much detail. We've talked about them. We've tried to break them down. But Young Man's Dorset, I think one that is extremely neat in terms of his design. And I think amongst that particular breed, I think that one's going to stand some competition. As to make it in the top 5 today, it's probably a long shot for me right now. But I think one that is extremely neat and is put together extremely well. Young Lady's Blue Sheep is one that's extra big structured. I like the length of body. I like the freshness of handle. I think that one is definitely in contention here. I think one that you got to appreciate the overall look, the shape of rack, and I think just one that's neat in terms of his overall balance. Same goes for the Young Lady Spec. I think one that amongst that particular breed, I think that one's going to raise some havoc as well. I think as we put that one into a state fair or an expo type of scenario, that one's going to have some friends in that particular drive. And same goes for our Suffolk. I think maybe not the outlier out here in terms of making our top 5, but I think one that against the Suffolk environment, I think that one becomes pretty competitive. We get down to these 3 on the end. We've got our Cross and our Hamp and our Market U, and I think those are major the ones that are in contention here. I think we've all got our favorites. There's some different pieces that I like about each and every one of them. Our Crossbred's one that's just a freak in terms of the way that one's built. You get your hands on that one, it's expressive. He's cool from the outside looking in. The sheep's kind of getting calmed down and wanting to show, and I think you've really got to appreciate the look and design of that one. We get into our Hamp sheep there. I think one that is just busted open, one that has got just probably as much width or more width than anything that we have out there. I think one that is just ultra neat in terms of his overall look and design. I think one that's big-ended and extra big at the ground. And we get into our Market U, one that maybe wins her division as quick and as simple as any that we had out here today. She was one that, for me, came in the ring. We seen her, we sorted her to the top, and we decided to, do the rest. I think from that scenario, you've just got to decide what's the preference that you like. I'll show you how I like them. But once again, please give these kids a big round of applause, and we'll go out and try to find you 5. Thanks a lot.
Just to clarify, we are doing showmanship next, and we're going to be running 2 different rings to 2 different judges. So showmanship essentially will be back to back. So just bear with us. Any questions, just ask. All the heats will show to one judge, and then when you get done with that age division, we'll move you to the other ring.
So for your grand overall drive, your grand champion overall was the crossbred exhibited by Lindsay Roloff. The reserve overall was the Hampshire exhibited by Wyatt Nixon. The third overall was the reserve crossbred exhibited by Hallie Schwab. Fourth overall was the reserve Hamp exhibited by, I believe, Brady Might. And fifth overall was a champion Market U exhibited by Callie Nelson. Now entering the ring is our first class of showmanship. My apologies, the fourth overall was the reserve Hamp exhibited by Callie Nelson.
Well, folks, I'm not going to lie. This is definitely my most unfavorite part of the day. But I think it's also the most important. We get these young people out here, and they're working their tails off and getting their lambs put together, and I sure appreciate that. And when we get three that are as good as what these top three are, I think it's kind of a work of art. They're interchangeable here on the top, and I think my number one rule in showmanship is I'm not going to tell you how to do it today. I think you need to do each and every lamb how you've been taught. There's a lot of people that work with you outside of here other than me. You're getting one man's opinion on one day. And I just happen to like the way the young lady up top sets hers up. I like the way that she gets that neck set. She's quick on the draw in terms of bringing their feet and legs together and getting them set. I think that's what sorts her to the top. She's got a bigger sheep that's hard to put together, and I know this is one that's had some time spent with it because every time she does something, that sheep responds. I like that a great deal, and you're going to win. Two young ladies here in 2 and 3. I think you're very, very close, and you're very interchangeable. I think just some different things. I think our young lady in second is just a notch more advanced in terms of setting her feet. But I think that also being said, we're little and we're just getting started. I think keep working. You're doing a great job. Your sheep look great. And same goes for the remainder of the class. I think as we start breaking those down, there's many, many good showmen out here, and I try not to just do it in one class today. I try to kind of keep an eye on everybody that has shown and watch the different things that they've done. These are the way I like them today, and I'm sure they'll sort a little different here in a little bit for the next judge. Congratulations to all.
All right. In ring 1 with Dustin, we're going to have the first heat of junior showmanship coming in. Over here in ring 2, we're going to have our beginner, that's the word I'm looking for, thank you. Our beginner showmanship coming into ring 2 with Kip. All right, just as an update, in ring 1 here, we have our first heat of junior showman. I believe there are 2 heats of junior showmanship. So the first one's going into the ring now. Once we finish heat 1, we'll roll into heat 2, and then we'll be pulling 5 from each heat in the junior showmanship, and then we'll pick an overall junior showman. Over here in ring 2, we've got beginner showmanship again, going through our first round in show 2. Following the completion of junior showmanship, we'll switch that over to the second ring.
Well, guys, as we get out here, we're going to keep these 5 that we're talking to right now. Nothing against the 5 that don't make the cut, but I think just some different things in head placement, wanting to get that neck pushed back a little bit. Just some things that you can look at from those other side of the ring and just kind of see they maybe get there a notch faster. But great job, everybody, and appreciate it. Let's put their hands together. Congratulations.
All right, and ring 1, the second heat of junior showmanship is in the ring. Following the completion of this heat of showmanship, we'll bring back our first 5 from the first heat, and Dustin will go ahead and pick his champion junior showman. Yeah, he'll place all 10 for showmanship. Then those groups will move over to ring number 2, and then we'll go ahead and sort those over on that side.
Well, over here on the ring 2 side of things, we'll get things going. And I think really outstanding set of kids, and thanks to them and their parents for helping them get through as we kind of get everything split up and going in motion and how everything's are a little bit different. A couple of these kids did a great job. I thought some of the lambs kind of fought them a little bit, had a few get loose, and that's all part of the program. And, as things have changed so much here this spring, I think it's great some of these kids get the opportunity to get out here and show and keep working with them as everything starts to grow, develop, and break a little bit more. 2 young people are left out here, probably 2 of the sheep that just handled the drive the best, probably 2 that didn't want to fight them as much, and yet they did a great job presenting themselves as well as their projects. Young man that's going to go ahead and win up front, I think always has his lamb set great. He's got a great look and presence. He's dressed professionally, looks the part, did a really, really exceptional job. Same thing for the young lady there in second. I thought she did wonderful as well. Obviously, that sheep loves to be shown. You can tell they're buddies right here. Just a great relationship. Really cool to watch them work together. I'd also like to talk about the next 2 young ladies over here. Young lady in the flowered colored shirt, probably a lamb that wanted to fight her just a little bit more here toward the end, but one that works really, really, really hard. You can tell that all the way through. From the moment that she came in, always has that look, that intensity, and that integrity that I like. Congratulations to all those kids on such a really good job as we move forward.
Well, folks, as we get out here and evaluate these young people, again, my order only. I'm sure it may be switched here in a little bit once again. I think the young lady that we start with has to win, and I personally think she's one of the best showmen that I've seen today. I think she does everything right in terms of putting that blue sheep in motion. I think one that just lets that sheep flex around the ring, shows his feet and legs off. I think one that gets that silhouette set up. That one's tall-shouldered, and I think that helps in a showmanship scenario. But I think she puts that sheep together. She goes to the brace, and I think you do a great job. Congratulations. Young man in second, I really appreciate the way you get after that sheep. I like the way you brace that sheep. You get his front end up. You get into him good. Maybe one that causes fits in the first section of this, and as we come together, you're doing a lot better job of putting that one together. I really appreciate it about you. And we get into three. Young lady has probably got as much grit as anyone that we've seen today. You get out there from a judge's standpoint, she kind of stares you down, and I sure admire that. I think one that you can send out in the ring, and she expects to win every time she goes out there. I think that's a great quality to have and never back down. Congratulations to everybody. I sure appreciate it. Outstanding job.
Juniors, please make your way to the north side of the barn to go ahead and compete in the second show of showmanship. Again, you'll show in those same heats, so heat 1, then heat 2, and then Kip will go ahead and select his champion overall junior and his top 5 showmen. In ring 1 with Dustin, we'll have the first heat of intermediate showmanship coming into the ring now. And then we'll follow it with the second and the third heat, and then we'll select the top 5 overall intermediate showmen. If you are in Heat 2 of Intermediate Showmanship, we're about to bring you into the ring. Heat 3 of Intermediate Showmanship, please be on deck.
As we get into our first heat over on this side, I thought these two young ladies did an exceptional job. Just from the moment they come in, the poise, the confidence, the look. Young lady with the bright-colored, kind of multicolored shirt there, I think does an awesome job. Gets that lamb put together so well, and she knows how to make that sheep look right. Very attentive, very confident. Does just a great job, really knows what to do. Same thing with the young lady here in second. I think one that's really aggressive, one that's really intense. Whenever she gives you that look, you know she means business. And I think that's really, really important. Does a great job showing off that lamb. The rest of these kids did a great job. I thought, the basics of just keeping eye contact and being comfortable with your sheep and knowing what to do out here and how to work a ring and how to show off your lamb best you could. I think that's really good. Congratulations to all those kids. We move into a second heat.
Now coming into the ring on this side of ring one is our third heat of Intermediate Showman. Coming into the ring on ring two should be our second heat of Junior Showmanship. Test. Okay.
Over here on the ring 2 side of things, young man's going to lead off this heat. I think does an exceptional job. Really well poised, gets that sheep, gets his head up and looking the part at all times. You know, when you go in on the brace, he does a great job of showing him off. I think a kid that pays attention to detail, kind of a perfectionist, and I guess I can really relate to that a lot of times. Really exceptional job. I thought he does great. Young lady in second, another one, just super calm, cool, and collected, just really attentive to detail, does a really nice job. Every now and then he'll want to give her a little bit of trouble, but she always bounces back, got the right kind of look, and puts that gather lamb really good. Nice job to her. Same thing with the lady right here with the natural colored sheep. I think another one does a really good job. Very calm, cool, and collected. I think really one that gets that sheep's head up and looking the part. Congratulations to her as well. We're going to bring back those 3 into the heat for the drive. Congratulations, all those kids in here. Very nice job.
Just an update on the ring situation. In ring 1, we have our champion intermediate showmanship drive going on here in ring 1 with Dustin. Over in ring 2, we have our champion junior showmanship drive over here with Kip. Once Dustin is completed with the intermediates, we'll roll right into the first heat of seniors, and then the intermediates will move over and start with heat 1 over in ring 2.
Over here on the ring 2 side of things, just get to pick 2 out of this group, but I think both of these individuals do an exceptional job. Just always got the kind of right look, always have that sheep looking the part, and they do a great job. They really know how to show themselves off as well as their lamb. I think that's super, super important because it's a tandem and you're a pair, and it's you and them. It's not just all about them, especially in showmanship. You got to do the work and do the part. I think the young lady up in the very front does an exceptional job. She's going to be your champion, and the young man in the blue plaid shirt, he's going to be your reserve. Let's give all 5 of these kids a great round of applause for an exceptional job.
All right, guys, as we get into our final heat here in our junior division, I think it's awfully heated here at the top. I think the young lady that I chose to start with is one that's just always got that sheep looking right at every time I've looked at that sheep. I think that being said, that sheep's tall-shouldered, so I think that helps. But I think you do a great job of presenting that one. You're getting that head carriage exactly where it needs to be. You've got that one's neck back. That sheep's on all four corners every time I look at that sheep. Congratulations to you. I think a great place to start. Young lady in second, I think, again, similar situation. That sheep's put together extremely well in terms of the front side of that one's shoulder. That allows her to get that sheep up. But I think you're as smooth as anybody out here in terms of putting that one into motion. I think it's ultra close between your top three. It's just an opinion question, and that's mine today. And young lady, we go ahead and conclude our top three with, I think, one that definitely has the aggravating one of the three out here in terms of the sheep. I think when that one's braced, that's a silhouette that obviously has got along well today. But I think one that is maybe a notch harder to show than those two that we have directly ahead of her. She does a good job of keeping those feet square. We get that one braced up, and that one, the picture as good as any. Congratulations to all.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and switch rings. The intermediates are now going to be in ring 2. We'll go ahead and sort through those 3 heats over in ring 2. In ring 1, we're going to have our first heat of senior showmanship, and they're coming into the ring now. So we'll go ahead and start on those divisions. All right, over here in ring 1, the second heat of senior showmanship is fixing to go into the ring. The third heat of senior showmanship, please be on deck.
as we try and keep things moving for sake of time, I thought going through just pretty briefly and pretty quick here, these kids sure show themselves off, and in no particular order, these 4 are going to come back in for once we get to the grand drive. I thought all these kids handled themselves extremely well. They get their sheep looking the part from the side every time, and I think that's ultra important, as well as they know where I am. Highly presented, do a very nice job. Also, these kids over here, very nice job too. Eye contact, knowing where you're at, kind of important in here. I think a few times a few of you got stuck in some corners, and I know it's pretty tight in here now and things are a little bit different. Try and give yourself plenty of room and step out from the crowd and show yourself off. Don't get cut in from behind. Keep working hard, and I think you as an exceptional group of kids will bring those 4 back in. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
All right, so over in ring 2, we'll have our second heat of intermediate showmen. Come on into the ring. Heat 3 of intermediate showmanship should be on deck on the north side of the barn. Coming in ring 1 should be the final heat of senior showmanship. Following the completion of this heat of showmanship, we'll go ahead and select our top 5 senior showmen. I stand corrected. It is the top 10 in senior showmanship. Okay, if you were selected as one of the top in your heat for senior showmanship, we will be going ahead and selecting our top 10 senior showmen in ring 1. In ring 2, we are still working on intermediate showmen. I believe it is heat number 2 that's in the ring currently. So heat number 3 should be making their way over there.
Exceptional heat of young showmen over here, and these 5 young ladies over on this side are all going to come back in. I think really a very, very good heat. I went through and talked to these kids just a little bit about nitpicky small things that can maybe help them out just a little bit more. I think a few of them, their lambs are starting to get a little hot. It's getting a little longer in the day. Sheep are starting to wear down a little bit. Probably want a little bit of a break. A couple of these young showmen do a really, really good job. Not going to talk anymore about these 5. We'll bring them in. Very, very competitive heat. Let's give those kids a good round of applause. Very job well done.
Now, the third heat of intermediate showmanship should be making their way into ring number 2. Following the completion of this class of showmanship for intermediates, we'll go ahead and bring in the top from the other 2 heats, and then Kip will go ahead and select his champion intermediate showman, along with the top 10 others.
Well, folks, as we get out here in our senior division, obviously we heated things up. I think we've had a ton of good showmen out here, and these four out here are the four that I think are the cream of the crop when we rise them to the top. I think, just different things about each and every one of them. I'm not a guy that's going to come out here and wait for somebody to make a mistake. This is actually the order I like him in. You'll be first, young man. And I think just as smooth and as cool as anybody that we've seen out here today, that sheep never takes a bad step. That sheep never has moved since he's been out here, and kudos to you and that sheep. Whether it's your showmanship sheep or whether it's whatever, that thing is dead stuck, and I appreciate that, and you do a great job of presenting him. The one that most similarly follows him is young man in second. Same goes for that sheep. I mean, I like the way you get that head carriage up. I like, the way that we put that one together. I think it's very, very close in your top two. We can flip coins. Everybody has their preference from the outside. That's how I see them today. Two young ladies here in 3 and 4, I think, are, again, very similar in what they do and bring to the table. I know I've kind of got them in an awkward situation here. We show from the wrong side, but I think, it happens when we have show ring stuff that goes on every day. I think the young lady in 3 does a nice job of putting that sheep together. And, again, that sheep was one that stuck with us majority of the time, one that put together extremely well. Young lady in 4 is one that maybe that sheep, when we got to the corner, didn't want to show as well, and she kept working at it, got that sheep stuck and stayed down, kept his front end design up, kept his shoulder up. So if we would, let's give them all a big round of applause. I think, a great group, and I appreciate it. I think this is my last class of the day, so congratulations. Appreciate it.
Let's give Dustin a really big round of applause. He's done a great job sorting our first show today. So if we could all give him a round of applause for coming up from Illinois today to go ahead and sort our show.
Over on the Ring 2 side of things, before we get switched over back to normal, we're going to bring these 4 back in, and I went through and talked to those kids each individually about little things that can help them out a little bit, just so that you get some more out of it and, really get to where they want to be. These 4, exceptionally good job. Looking forward to this heat. It's going to be really, really good. I think a great, great group of showmen. Really looking forward to it.
Now coming into the ring, I believe should be the grand top 10 intermediate showmen should be coming into the ring. So the ones that were pulled from their first, second, or third heat.
for those of you standing ringside, if we could go ahead and give this group of showmen a really nice round of applause. I think they deserve it. You know, as you start going through your mind, you keep going through these groups throughout the day, you start getting into heats where it's not just 2 or 3 or 4 kids that do an exceptional job. It's a whole group of them that do an exceptional job. And I think that's awesome. It's really a dedication, and it's a testimony to what kind of work you all do at home, because it doesn't just come together and happen overnight. It takes a lot of time, practice, effort, all the above. With that said, I think there's 2 individuals I'd like to go out here and shake their hand, do a very good job. Just do. Need all of them placed? Okay. All right. Got it. Okay. Well, we're going to go back out in place because I thought we were just going to pick 2.
All right, now that we've selected our top 10 intermediate showmen, we'll go ahead and roll into senior showmanship. If the first heat of senior showmen could come into the ring, we'll go ahead and get started.
as we move into these older kids. I think a really exceptional group of them, all the way top to bottom. I elected to keep these 4 out. I think they do a very superb job. It'll be great to see them out with the rest of the group as we get through the rest of our heats. Let's give all these kids a really nice round of applause on a job well done.
Now coming into the ring, I believe, is our final heat of senior showmanship. Following the completion of this heat, we'll go ahead and select our top 10 senior showmen, excuse me. Once we are done with showmanship and we've picked our top 10 overall senior showmanship, we'll go ahead and start over with the show order from previously. So that show order is AOB Whiteface, Hampshire, Market Ewes, the Naturals, Specs, Suffolks, and then finishing up should be the Crossbreds. Sorry, here's a correction. We are on our second heat of senior showmanship. We have one more heat to complete, and then we'll move into picking our top 10 senior showmanship, and then we'll move into the show.
as we dip through this next round, we're going to leave the first 4 that came in up front here in for contention as we move on into our other ones. These kids, another really nice round, exceptional job. I went through, talked to them a little bit, just make some small talk, and it's good, the kind of responses and things that you hear. You get in these older kids, they like to have conversation. I do too. So I think that's really good. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it. Let's give all this group a really nice round of applause. They do a very good job.
Now coming into the ring should be the final heat of senior showmanship. Again, following the selection of our top 10 senior showmen for show 2, we'll go ahead and get started with the regular show.
a little smaller group this time, but I think a really outstanding group of kids in here. I elected to go ahead and keep the first three up front over here. I think three that will have done an exceptional job, and just talking to them a little bit, I think we'll continue to do so later on down the road. Congratulations, all these kids, on a very well job, and we'll move on into your champion senior lineup. as we finish out here with our seniors, I think a group of kids that have done an exceptionally good job. As we kept moving on down the line, I think it gets tougher and tougher, and little bitty things start trying to add up on there. The two that when it comes to being right on, when it comes on the brace, making sure those sheep look the part at all times. They do an incredible job, and a couple of these kids still do a really good job. Maybe a couple times for a few of them, the lambs probably weren't acting quite as good, or when a couple other ones were dead stuck, they were kind of having to fight around and deal with a few things. It's not necessarily your fault. There's a couple young men down here that are in third, fourth, fifth, right in there that can do an exceptionally good job. Things just didn't quite work out for them quite as well in just a few little spots, sometimes on the walk, sometimes on the stand. I think these two do a really good job, always got the look. They always know what's going on. Sheep are highly presented. Young man, the blue shirt's going to be your champion. Young lady up front's going to be reserved. Thank you.
All right, so with that is the completion of our showmanship show for show 2. Now we're going to go ahead and get started. I believe that we are going in the show order from previously, so just a quick rundown for those of you that are interested. We'll start with the AOBs, then go into the Hamps, then we'll go into the Market U's, followed by the Naturals, and then the last 3 breeds to round this thing out is going to be the Specs, the Suffolks, and then the Crossbreds. Following the completion of the Crossbreds, we'll go ahead and select our top 5 overall sheep for the day. If we could get Class 1 of the AOBs on deck outside of the show ring. Class 2, it won't be much longer right after the Class 1 that will be shifting right into Class 2. So Classes 1 and 2 of white-face AOBs, please be on deck. All right, we're ready to go ahead and get started. So if we could have the first class of AOBs, please come into the ring. Class 2 AOBs, you are on deck. Just a heads up, there's only 3 in Class 3, and then we'll go ahead and pick our champion AOBs.
as we start to kick off your show. I think a really competitive class, and young man's Ulan that comes in here I think wins so pretty handily. She's the best just in terms of her body shape, her build, and her balance. Ties it all together the best from the profile. I think she's the soundest one in here as well. I think a really solid place to start. Congratulations, that young man. Young man that comes in second, I think a sheep that's real big-footed. He's pushed up in his chest. He's got a nice look to him, natural elevation up front. I don't think he's got the genuine horsepower when you take him back out of his hip. He's probably not as opened up in his center and upper rib cage, but I think one that reads with a good feet and future, got a lot of look and quality to him. Young ladies, it's going to be in here in third. I think it's one that's the next best in terms of look, build, and balance. When you put it all together, I think that sheep handles plenty hard down the top side of his skeleton. He's fresh in terms of his shape. shape. He's not just there all the way in terms of where he's at in his loin. I could probably change him up front, just lay him back in his shoulder, broaden him in his chest just a touch, but I think a really good top trio of sheep. As we keep moving on, probably do something similar. It'll vary from class to class, whether we talk the top 3, maybe it gets a little tougher, we drop into 4 or 5. Let's give these other exhibitors a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
All right, now entering into the ring is Class 2 of our AOBs. Following Class 2, we'll have Class 3. Class 3 only has 3 animals in it, so those of you that are showing in the Class 4 HAMP class, be sure to be on deck because it won't take very long to pick our champion and reserve champion AOB. Placings on Class 1 of the AOBs. In first place was Brady Might. In second place was Kevin Kitchen. Third place was Tegan McConnell. And fourth place was Owen Steinke, with fifth is Brianna Prescott. As we get started with the live animal portion of our show, we'd like to welcome Kip Wallace here to the 2020 Showdown at Dodge. We really appreciate him coming out and sorting showmanship for us first and then getting in and sorting some sheep for us this afternoon. So let's give Kip a round of applause for being here this afternoon.
interesting top trio of sheep here because they all have advantages and disadvantages amongst the three. I think the young man sheep that puts all the pieces together of both 2 and 3 does it the best here in first. I think that sheep's really proportional in terms of what he has, matching his bone and his feature underneath. That sheep's good in terms of his shape. He's probably not the tightest-hided one you've ever seen in the world, but, past that, I think he's plenty functional in terms of his build. He's got the right kind of muscle and shape, but yet still an intriguing look from the side. Every now and then he can get to shuffling on him, every now and then, especially he's starting to get a little more tired in the day. Thinking a little bit shuffle off his rear too. I think that one still runs uphill, has the right kind of look, balance, and presence. Young lady sheep that's going to come out here in second, you talk about one that's really the big-footed, heavy-structured one. I think for that much bone and substance underneath, he really carries himself awfully, awfully well when he gets out on the walk. I'm not so sure if, you just want to push him back in his chest just a little bit. Do you want to just see him a little more expansive when you take him back out of his hip? I think that sheep still has time to keep those things in check, managed properly. I like that sheep's rib cage, his look, his balance, his extra density and feature. I think will take him far. I just like to see him just shaped up a little bit more, a little more powerful from behind, push him back in his chest. Young lady sheep that comes out here in third. Undoubtedly, you don't have to get on top of him to tell he's the heaviest muscled, best shaped one in here. No question about it. He's the muscle sheep. I would try and intensify him in terms of his bone work and his feature for how much mass and power he has up high. I'd like to lay him back in his angles just to touch off both ends of his skeleton, see him track a little more fluid out here in motion. But sure enough, a lean, high cut ability one, big time shape, big chested, really good carcass sheep right there. I like him a lot. Really competitive top trio. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring is our heavyweight class at AOBs. Following the completion of this class, we'll go ahead and roll right into our champion drive for AOBs. HAMP exhibitors, those of you that are in the lightweight class of HAMP, so class 4, please be sure to be on deck because the AOBs are finishing up in a hurry. So for the middleweight AOB class, in first place was Cole Slark. Second place was exhibited by Anna Marie Aw. Third place was exhibited by Kaylin Smirchek. Fourth place was exhibited by Colin Tracy. And fifth place was exhibited by Natalie Abbey.
nice class of heavyweights in here, and I think a challenging class. Just, they all have got parts and pieces that you can pick and change on them. Young Man Sheep, I think, puts it together the best from the side. Naturally runs uphill, good in terms of the plane of his body, how everything ties together. Really out extra set to his hind leg, but I think it allows him to stay pretty comfortable out here. He's probably the one that balances up the best. He's probably not the boldest in terms of his upper rib or the stoutest one out of his hip. I think the sheep with the most muscle stands in second, but I think he's the best blend of look, build, and balance, and having that enough muscle and shape to get it done. The young lady's sheep that comes out next, no question about it. He's bolder in his upper rib cage. He's better out of the back of his forerib. He's stouter hip. Problem is, I just got to change his hind leg, see him set down square in his hock. If that one can just go and motor with more comfort and ease and motion, he can move up a spot. Nice sheep, definitely the carcass one in here. Young lady sheep that comes next, I think one that's got attractive kind of a look to him. She does a great job getting that one put together. Probably one that just doesn't have quite as much true muscle and power. Probably one that's a little more fragile in terms of bone work and feature. Closes up a little bit at the surface. I could change him in terms of his hind leg, but young lady does a really nice job getting that one presented. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Turn it on. In Class 3, first place was exhibited by Brady Brandt. Second place was exhibited by Samantha Semrau. And third place was exhibited by Macy Squires. Now entering the ring should be anybody who plays first or second in our 3 AOB classes. So we can go ahead and select champion and reserve champion AOB. Hamp exhibitors, we are picking champion and reserve champion AOB. So please have that first class of lightweight hamps on deck.
A really competitive drive of sheep here. And for me, I think it comes down to two of them that are really battling it out up top here. And, it's all about where you want to sit and preferences of certain different things. With that said, I'm going to use the young man's ewe-lamb out of the first class for champion. Young man out of the second class will be your reserve.
So your champion AOB for show 2 was exhibited by Brady Might. That sheep came out of Class 1. The reserve AOB was exhibited by Cole Slack and came out of Class 2. Now coming into the ring should be the first class of hamps, Class 4. Class 5 hamps, you're on deck.
really competitive class of sheep here, and I think the young lady's ewe lamb that lends off this class is about as extreme in any area as you can make one at this stage of the game. Big muscles, great big shapes, round-bodied, and everything ties together in such an attractive package. The build, the look, the posture, I think is all really, really good. If you want to pick on that one a little bit, I think she can, just paddle out of her front end just a touch. I'd like to see that one just a touch more fluid in her step. And I think that one's really, really good. Everything past that, congratulations to her. Young man sheep that comes out next, probably a smoother made version, a little more angular, super tall fronted. I love that one's look and pattern from the profile. I'd like to get to saying from the side, this one's got a more fluid, just longer, flexible step than your class winner. You get right behind her, I think she just peters out in terms of density of foot and feature. Probably just not square enough from hock to ground. I could change her a touch. Love that one's look. Love that one's pattern and balance. Young man's got a really good one right there. Young lady that comes out third, I think she's the next best in terms of just combining length of front end and pattern from their back. Probably a little rounder out of her hip, a little more just tubular in terms of design. I could cut her back just in terms of sharpness to her hock, but I think one that's practical in terms of rib, body shape, and power really reads with a good bit of future. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really nice class right here to start off your hams.
Now entering the ring should be Class 5 of our hamps. Class 6 hamps, please be on deck. Your placings on Class 4 of the hamps. In first place was Sarah Johnson. Second place, Brady Might. Third place, Ainsley Balfons. Fourth place, Lainey Thomas. And fifth place, Singe Kind.
another tremendous class over here. And, we got the top 3 out here, but I'd really like to talk about all of them, but we'll talk about the young ladies over there too as well. I think really, really challenging. A couple different things you can do here. I think this one that goes ahead and wins, when you step right behind them, these 2 that are up front, and I think it's really close. I think there's just that much more to her. You study her up through the upper part of her hip and down through her leg. That thing's stout, and super bold in terms of her upper rib cage and how that one transitions back. That one's chest is so good, and neck and front end elevation is so good to be that powerful. It's hard to wedge back with that kind of rib, body, and power and still move that good. I like that one a lot to win. Young ladies, whether it comes next, man, that's a pretty picture from the side. Big legs. I think that one runs uphill, has a great kind of a look to him. You could probably just push him back in his chest just a touch, but I think that one's rib cage, his body design's great. When you get right behind him, he's not quite ready enough as the one that goes ahead and wins. His best day hasn't happened yet. I like that sheep a lot. His look, presence, and balance is not going out of style anytime soon. Congratulations to her. Young lady sheep that comes next, man, I think this one's one that just reads with a ton of future. Super tall fronted, really long pattern, smooth in his design. I like this sheep really well in motion. And whenever she gets that one out on the walk, I think his build and comfort level is very good. He just gets outgunned by some that just got a lot more to him at this stage of the game, probably a little bit more maxed out. This one long term, I like his look and his continuation for on down the road. Same thing goes for the young lady that's over there in 4. I think that sheep's big in terms of muscles, great in terms of his center rib cage, really stout from behind. I'd just like to lay that one back in his angles just a touch. That's a really lean sheep, really genuine in terms of his width of skeleton and his body shape, a real good feeding kind of lamb. This is a great class. Let's give those kids a really nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring is Class 6 of our Class 6 with our Hamps. Placings on Class 5. First was exhibited by J.C. Johnson. Second was exhibited by Callie Nelson. Third was exhibited by Morgan Van Schlindel. Fourth was exhibited by Riley Thies. And fifth was exhibited by Kaylin Smirchik. Again, Class 6 of the Hamps is now coming into the ring. Class 7, please be on deck.
really, really good pair of sheep up top, and I think it's really close. And one of the things I'll tell you is where I think it's close, I'll let you know that. You can pick these two apart, little subtle differences between them. I think the young man sheep that starts is just a little bit smoother put together in his kind. The way he transitions into his loin and his hip loin hookups a touch better. I really like how smooth and balanced he is. He's really blends well out of the back of his shoulder. I think his feature matches his mass up high. And that one yet has still got plenty of gas in the tank for on down the road. I think that's a really, really good sheep, really high-quality showman. Very nice look about that one. I like him a lot. Same thing goes for the young man in second. I think that one's really, really good. And you could flip the pair, and I wouldn't disagree with you. I think in motion, he's not bow-legged, but he just gets a little bit uncoordinated off his rear, too. I'd like to change that about him. I like this sheep the best standing still. It's when he gets in motion, he'll fall apart just a little bit right behind his shoulder. I don't know if he ties it together as smooth. I will tell you this, young man, that one is leaner than this one. That could be part of the reason why he's not as ready. His best day hasn't happened yet. I like that sheep a lot. Really, congratulations to you. Young lady sheep that comes out next really just gets outgunned by two right above her. I think that one's still trendy in terms of her look. Really got the big legs, big feature. I love her foot and bone work. That one's plenty sound and flexible, just not soft enough through the center portion of her body. I'd like to just drive that one's flank a touch softer and maybe level her out of her hip just a touch. I'd also like to talk the young man sheep next and fourth because I thought it was really close between these two. This one's probably just got a little more punch, a little more futuristic look. That one's a little bit safer and probably a little bolder bodied long term. It'll be interesting to see how those two play. I thought that was another close call. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Really, really, really good top pair of sheep.
So now coming into the ring should be Class 7 of our Hamp Show, followed by Class 8. So we're down to our last three classes of Hamps before we pick our champion Hamp. Just a heads up for those of you listening in the barn. So for placings on Class 6, first place was exhibited by Wyatt Nixon. Second place was exhibited by Brady Might. Third place was exhibited by Maria Schwartz. Fourth place was exhibited by Brady Brandt. And fifth place was exhibited by Shade Bunker. Now entering the ring is Class 7 of the Hamps. Class 8, please be on deck.
Another extremely competitive class, and I never thought once about not starting this young lady's sheep that wins. You can sit here and look a long time and stare at that one. I like looking at good livestock, and that's what that is. Extremely well balanced, put together so good, and yet, that one's got a lot more to her once you get right on the top side of her skeleton than what you may think from the profile, because that one is super elegant fronted, really good in terms of her body shape. Very well put together. Like that sheep a lot. Young ladies, whether it come next, I think one that's big in terms of shapes. I like that one's boldness of body, upper rib cage, and his shape up high. He transitions the best between 2, 3, and 4, back out of the back of his blade and back over his loin, and yet he's still really sound in motion. He just runs into one that's just that much more exotic in terms of her look and her design from the profile. I still think this is a good feeding sheep. I like this one a lot. I just think he ran into a buzzsaw of a class winner right here. Young lady's got a good one there to stand second. Young man that comes next, I thought it was close between those 3 sheep, between 2, 3, and 4, and you can do some different things. The sheep in 4 is actually stouter than this one. He's more pulled apart from end to end. He's wider in his skeleton. He's bolder bodied. I just really like this one's look from the side. He's super tall fronted, really clean, very attractive in terms of how that one's built, in terms of how his skeleton's put together. I think that one's just got that great, awesome silhouette and profile from the side. Could you just juice him up and just make him a touch stouter all the way through? Yeah, I think you could, and that's where the 1 in 4 has the advantage. Young man, you got a good sheep over there. I just don't think that one's as pretty. He's not as tall fronted. He's not as level out of his hip as the young man's right here in 3rd, but that's still a good sheep right there, a real good feeding kind of a lamb. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Top 4, really good class. Great class winner to start.
All right, so now entering the ring is Class 8 of our Hamps. We have one more Hamp class following Class 8, so Class 9. And then we'll go ahead and pick our champion and reserve champion Hamp. Placings on Class 7. In first place was Lindsay Roloff. Second was exhibited by Kylie Slark. Third was exhibited by Ty Paskill. Fourth was exhibited by Colin Tracy. And fifth was exhibited by Grace Peterson. Again, we have Class 8 of the Hamps entering into the ring. We have one more, Class 9, and then we'll go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion Hamp, and then move on to the Market Use Show.
really, really good trio of sheep here, and I think there's a lot of differences and give and take between the three. I just really love the look and the presence of the young man sheep that goes ahead and starts. Man, that one runs uphill, so tall-fronted, really attractive and level in his lines. I think his rib cage is big and bold. He's not the most powerful sheep of the initial three. Actually, he's probably got the least amount of muscle right when you get on the upper part of his rack there and take him back into his forerib, and from there back, he's not near as stout and powerful as the other ones, but man, that one's super sound, ultra cool looking and attractive. That one gets out in motion. He's got the best natural head carriage and elevation. He's still big chested. He's still got plenty enough to him for me. I think his best days on down the road. The young lady sheep that comes next, undoubtedly, probably the most genuine sheep in here. He's big-chested. He opens up big up high. He's got the most muscle to him. You know, you look through it all underneath, and you wonder if he's just that soft through his flank. You know, a sheep that I guess I question a little bit when he gets in the motion. He's a little bit straighter about his shoulder. Could he just grab an extra gear as he goes? Sure he could, but I think genuine, good-bodied, great shape, really good feeding kind of a sheep there. I like his length, and I like his power. Young man sheep kind of throws a cog in it here in third because he's a little bit of a mix between the two. It's interesting because he's still got plenty of bone, plenty of feature. He's a sound, good-made kind of a sheep. I don't think that one's just ready in terms of shape and muscle and tone. You know, he's got a little more on him over the plane of his body, and when you roll over his rib cage, he's not as creased up. He's not as firm in terms of his handle as I like to see him. But I still like that sheep's build. I think he's got a look that he turns it on down the road. I think young man can have a lot of fun with him. Really interesting top trio sheep. You can mix them up a couple different ways. I like all three of them pretty good. Congratulations, those kids.
All right, so Class 8 just finished up, so Class 9 of Hamps, this is our last class of Hamps for the day. After the completion of this class, we will go ahead and pick a champion and reserve champion Hamp. Following the completion of the Hamp show, we are going to roll right into our Market Use show with Class 10. So those of you that are in the first class of Market Use, please be ready. Placings on Class 8. In first place was Gavin Slark. Second place was Samantha Semrau. Third, Owen Steinke. Fourth, Mallory Schmall. And fifth was Phoenix Seibert.
another really competitive class of sheep here. And, sometimes when decisions get tough, I like to get stuff out on the lead and really study structure and what they have to offer. When you get behind the sheep, young lady's class winner is going to start here. He's undoubtedly the stoutest. He's the most opened up. He's the biggest chested. He's got the most shape, the most muscle, the most power. What's interesting when you get him out in motion, I like his pastern and hind leg just a shot better. I think he's still a little coarse in his hock, but I like his pastern and his flicks and reach just a touch better. I think that sheep's still a little raw right behind his shoulder, but I think that one's still got a really good look to him, a lot of fresh shape and power to him. Young lady sheep that comes next, initially he probably ties it together just a touch smoother than our class winner does. He doesn't have as much to him, but when he gets out in motion, I'd just like to strengthen him on his pastern. He probably, too, just gets a little uncoordinated out of his hind leg, but I think a sheep that's still really smooth, really made, really good, got a really attractive kind of look and pattern to him. I like that sheep a good bit. I thought it got close here between 3 and 4 personally, and it just kind of depends on what you want to do. The sheep here in 3, I think just with a little longer body, a little smoother made, maybe a touch more attractive. Young lady sheep that's right behind him, maybe a touch sounder out of his rear skeleton. I think it gets really close. Congratulations, those two exhibitors. Really, really good class. Nice top end.
So now coming into the ring should be the champion drive for the Hamps. If you had first or second in any of the Hamp classes, please go ahead and bring those into the ring. Placings on Class 9. In first place was Morgan Squires. Second place, Megan Zietler. Third place, Keegan Steinke. Fourth, Ashlyn Brandt. And fifth, Abby Lurkey. So again, if you had a first or second in any of our Hamp classes, please be making your way into the ring. Market U exhibitors. Once we go ahead and pick a champion and reserve champion Hamp, we'll go ahead and start moving right into the Market U show and keep moving along with Class 10.
Really an exceptional lineup here of first and seconds. I think all of them I have a lot of value, regardless of where you're going to go. And with how everything is at this point, whatever your end point may be or whatever you're thinking, regardless, I think all these sheep are really, really good and have just a ton of value. With that said, there's a couple of them that hit me pretty hard. I like them quite a bit. I'll go out and shake your hands of your champion in reserve. Let's give these kids a real nice round of applause. They sure deserve it.
So now entering the ring should be our first class of market use, Class 10. Class 11 market use, please be on deck.
Another really good class to start off your Market U show, and I think the top pair's close and both got a lot of good to them. Man, this one that goes ahead and wins, young lady's got one. Man, that thing's next from outer space. I mean, that thing's freaky cool looking, really, really big featured, good bodied, really attractive in terms of her look. I think that one's very, very put together, really, really good. Kudos to that young lady doing such a good job with the arm brace on. That's not easy to do. She's got a good sheep. Young lady that comes next, I think one that follows in the same type and kind, obviously a little further along just in terms of size and maturity. This one's probably just not as exotic in terms of her foot and her feature and her bone work. I could probably just soften her up through her mid-body, but when they're this green and this young, that's getting really picky. I think that one's still got a very neat, very trendy look, flexible and comfortable in terms of her skeleton. Good sheep right there. Young man's got one too. Really runs uphill, tall and elevated in the point of her shoulder. I think that one's got plenty enough to her. Probably in this class, just runs out of the mass, runs out of the density of feature to compete with those top two. I think very competitive top pair. Nice class right here to go out and start out your Market U show. Thank you.
All right, so our placings on Class 10 of the Market U's. Before that, we have Class 11 of the Market U's coming into the ring. Class 12, if you would be on deck. So the placings on Class 10, in first place was Hadley Thomas. Second was Olivia Lulich. Third was Ty Thorson. Fifth was Amanda Daringer. Fourth was Becca Murphy. And fifth was Amanda Daringer.
Very, very intriguing class, and I'll tell you why. All of them are so green at this stage of the game. They've just got so much growth and maturity left ahead of them. These things are going to change so much, and hear me out, because I think this is a very intriguing class, and it really drops on down a couple more as to how you really want to put it together for looking toward the future, not just today. I think the young man sheep, whenever she calms down and will actually get out and take a good step and stride, I like that one's body shape. I like her with the skeleton. I like her shape, her body, and everything about her. It's when that one starts to fight, you start to saying, is she just sound enough? Is she laid back just enough in her shoulder? Does she have enough bone and feature? You can ask all those questions today. She's the best bodied one that's the most ready. I like her look. I like her natural elevation. She really wants to fight him a lot. When she starts to get to fighting, I could really change her build. But whenever she calms down and just goes, I think she moves pretty good. I like that one best to win in a really tough class. Young man sheep that comes next, very interesting because that one is Zulu necked, really big ribbed, and got a nice kind of a look to her. I could just change this one in terms of her pastern. She's a little softer pastern, a little coarser in her hock, and, like so many others in here, she's not quite ready, but she's actually got a little more on them than maybe the ones that are going to stand in 3 or 4. I think that one is still really good in her chest floor. She's really tall-fronted. I like that one's look and presence, just like to change her hind leg just a little bit. Just kind of one of them things that bothers you, maybe powering her up right when she goes away. Interesting one that comes out next in third, and the young lady's doing a really good job with that project because this one is super cool necked, really cool rib. That one's just got a great look, and when she gets out in motion is when I like her the best. Really good structured, really sound and flexible. Man, you just got to open that one up in her forerib and just see her have a touch more to her. If she was opened up a little bit more and a little more genuine out of the back of her shoulder there, I could justify maybe doing something with that one because she has a lot of very unique pieces. You could throw that one away for, whatever you want to call her, not being ready, but I just see too much good in that one if everything comes together, forerib, mass, and power long term because I like her build and I like her look a lot. Same story goes for the young man sheep next because that one's super cool fronted, really, really sound and flexible. Her center body is not there yet. You step off either end of her skeleton, front or rear quarter view, her rib's just too flat. And she's not just there yet in terms of maturity and rib shape and softness. I think everything past that, I think that one's really good. She's really sound, really flexible, tall-fronted. Middle part of her skeleton's just got to be softer and bolder, but a really bright future ahead for all those. Very intriguing class. A lot of different things to do. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, so now entering the ring, it should be Class 12 of our Market U's. We have 2 more classes of Market U's before we pick our champion. Following the selection of our champion Market U, we'll roll into our natural class. Your placings on Class 11. In first place was Kevin Kitchen. Second, Brant Balfons. Third, Aubrey Niznik. Fourth, Hayden Taylor. And fifth place was Sarah Kronberg. Again, we have Class 12 of the Market U's rolling into the ring. Class 13, please be on deck.
Man, a great top pair of them, and you got to ask yourself, where do you want to stand and what do you want to do? This one right here, I'm going to like to start with. It's obvious that one's getting tired and doesn't want to go and really doesn't get after it. But you're left asking yourself the question, how much do you want to push the envelope and how extreme do you want to go? Because that one's extreme. Huge feet, big legs, massive body. That one's rib cage is so big, so bold, and she's so powerful when you take her back out of her hip. She's the biggest chested one. She's the most powerful one. But it's very, very unique how uphill that one runs still. And her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder just a touch better than the one in second. I think the one in second's actually just a little bit better when you take her back through her loin and how she transitions into her hip. I think the one in second's naturally a touch softer back through her flank as well. I like pushing the envelope, and that one right here is really extreme. I like this one a lot. Congratulations. If you want to side with one that may be just a touch safer because she's just blends back in terms of balance just a little bit better right into her hip, maybe a touch softer back through her flank, I think that one's really, really good, though. A touch shorter bodied, maybe not as just long-necked or as tall-fronted, but guess what? That's getting real nitpicky on one because it's plenty good enough. I think that one's structure is really, really good. I love her feature as well. Super, super proportional. Can't do anything wrong. I'd love to own both of them myself. Congratulations, both those young ladies. Super close pair, whichever one's your preference. Young lady that comes out next got a sure enough nice bodied one. I think that one just runs into a buzzsaw of a top pair just in terms of feature, density, and just the extra bells and whistles that the top two have. I think that one's body shape and her kind is really, really good, though. Super functional. Her body shape, her style, her build never goes out of style. Doesn't push the envelope into as many extreme places as the top two, but I still like that one. Same story goes to the young man sheep in fourth, and I told them all to keep them four out here because I think they all need to be talked. That one's really, really elegant fronted, really attractive, got the right kind of hip and hind leg put in her. That one's got a great presence and balance. Once you step off either end of her skeleton, that one just gets outgunned in terms of just mass, substance, and power from end to end. I just got to mass that one up to compete with a couple of those ahead of her. But that one's build and look are timeless. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Really, really good top pair.
All right, so coming into the ring now should be Class 13 of Market Use. We should have our last class, Class 14 of on deck. Following the completion of Class 14, we'll go ahead and pick our champion and reserve champion Market U, and then roll right into the Naturals. Placings on Class 12. In first place was Callie Nelson. Second was Peyton Van Schlindel. Third was Aubrey Brandt. Fourth was Ty Thorson, and fifth was Kaylin Smirchek. Again, coming into the ring is Class 13 of the Market Use. Class 14, please be on deck.
another phenomenal class, and I really and truly, first thing I'd like to say is 5 deep right here, these top 5, man, them young showmen can sure get them stuck, and they all 5 do a great job. So kudos to all of them. I think that needed to be said first off. Very, very intriguing, tough pair of sheep right here, and it kind of depends on what you really want to do and what you want to stand for. Young lady sheep is going to go ahead and win this class. Is just so extreme in terms upper rib cage is so round and bold, and her underline from her chest back through her flanks near perfect. I think that one's design and balance and profile is so good. It's so hard to make them like that regardless of species, breed, regardless of what you're talking about. That one's really, really good. There's a time or two that one can maybe give you a look like she's a touch straight in her hind leg, maybe your hock. You got to think, though, obviously these sheep, if you've started to study or followed along with the show at all today, they've always, at this late in the game, they're starting to get pretty tired, and they're not wanting to handle maybe like they quite were this morning or other days at home. But, man, I think that one's sure enough real, real good. I like her kind a lot. Young lady sheep in second ain't no slouch because, man, that one's still a man-child once you get off either end of her skeleton. Huge feet, big legs, ultra cool looking. I love that one's power and presence. That one probably just doesn't transition down the top side of her skeleton quite as good as the class winner. I think this one's rib cage is still really good. It's probably not quite as extreme in the upper turn as maybe as the class winner is. But, man, I think this one's really, really good and unique in a lot of areas. I think she, too, wants to fight just on the walk, just a touch. Same story as the first one. I think it's just a little late in the day, a little hard on them. Man, I like them, too, a lot. Young lady sheep that's standing here in third, really wide skeleton, stout built one. I love that one's natural, just mass and body and power. She's probably a little more vertical in the angle to her shoulder and her hock, and in turn that one gets a little softer on her pastern, especially from behind. But that one's kind's really good. Genuine sheep, super good body, probably doesn't tie it together just quite as well or as unique of a package as the two right ahead of her. Another, once again, like to shout out to the other two individuals right over there. They were sure showing their hearts out. They got some pair of good sheep, too. I think those top 5 kids are all real good. Let's give them all a real nice round of applause.
All right, so coming into the ring should be Class 14, our last class of market use for the day. Following the selection of Class 14, we'll go ahead and pick a champion and reserve champion market U. Again, we'll roll right into the naturals where we only have 3 classes of naturals. So with that, our placing on Class 13, in first place was Isabel Roloff. Second place was Sarah Johnson. Third, Riley Thies. Fourth place was Ty Pasgill. And fifth place was Morgan Van Schindel. Again, we have our last class of market use, Class 14, that's in the ring now. Again, following this class, we'll go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion market U, and then roll into the naturals. So natural exhibitors, please be ready.
I think another really high-quality class here, and the young lady sheep that's going to go ahead and win this class is undoubtedly the most genuine one in here. With the skeleton, genuine body shape, and having that extra mass and spread and turn up high, so good. I think she drops a progressive line from her chest back through her flank. I think that one, for as much muscle she has, is pretty sound and flexible. I think for as much mass as she's got up high, I could intensify her just in terms of her bone work, just a shade, but everything fits together. I think that's a good kind of sheep in terms of her body shape, her look, and her balance. I like her kind really well. Young man sheep that comes next is really long fronted. I like that one's just length of body, length of spine, and for that she's got a whole bunch of density of feature underneath. Maybe one that just gets a little flatter in her rib shape, probably not just as massive and opened up as our class winner, probably one that just gets a little softer on her pasterns. I think young man, whenever he gets her in motion is where I like her the best. I like her skeleton and her structure, just wish she would tie it together a little more attractive from the side, a little bit further along. Maybe she needs to be a little bit further along in terms of her rib cage for her to move up a spot. Young man's got a good project there. Young man sheep that comes out next, kind of a blend between the two, really, because that one's got really a nice silhouette to her, tall fronted kind of a look, probably a little bigger frame sheep in her own right than maybe a couple other ones in here. If I could just soften that one up in her mid body and on back, I think it would help her out a lot with her look, because I think that one's hind leg design, her top line and her front end and her chest floor all fit together super good. Good sheep, really nice class to use here. Excited to get into our grand drive. Congratulations all those kids.
Your Class 14 winner was Morgan Squires, second, Everett Mueller, third, Brayson Brandt, fourth, Sing Kind, and fifth, Marquette Schwiebert. Now in the ring is your champion Market U Drive. Class 1 Naturals is up next, so we'll be bringing your Naturals to the makeup ring.
Another outstanding drive in here, and it's kind of played true all day long, regardless of breed and what all we've gotten into. It's been really good. Let's put our hands together one last time for the sake of time. I'll keep it brief. and I'll go out and show you the two I like the best. I think really, really special set of sheep in here. Congratulations, those kids.
All right, your champion Market U is exhibited by Morgan Van Schindel out of class Nope. All right, sorry, correction on that. Your champion Market U is exhibited by Isabel Roloff, and your reserve champion Market U was exhibited by Callie Nelson. Now we'll have class 15, our first class of naturals, come into the ring. There are 3 classes of naturals, so spec exhibitors, be aware of that and be ready.
I think a great way to start off the Natties over here. And young lady brings us one that's just on spot on perfect. You get it right on the top side of his skeleton. His shape, his upper rib cage, and how he comes out of the back of his blade is near perfect. I love how he transitions back down the top side of his skeleton. Functional, sound, and very attractive. Really good sheep to lead off this class. The young lady sheep that comes out here in second, he may be a touch softer back through his flank than the class winner is. Actually, I think that sheep's super cool looking, really attractive. He's actually probably a little denser in terms of his features as a class winner. He's just not quite there yet, just in terms of his upper rib, his body shape, and up high. He's not as maxed out. He's still really good, and I think he's got a bright, bright future ahead of him. Congratulations to that young lady as well. Young man comes next, really just ran into a buzzsaw of a top pair because that one's got the right kind of build and look long term. You know, compared to those two right ahead of him, he just runs out a little bit of gas right there in the center portion of his body, runs out a little bit of extra right up high to really compete and play with him. The young man's got a good project on down the road. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Really good class.
All right, we are ready to move into our middleweight natties. So Class 16 naturals should be coming into the ring, followed by Class 17 will be our heavyweight class, and then we will go ahead and pick our champion and reserve champion natural. Placings on Class 15 of the naturals. First place is Callie Nelson. Second place is Riley Thies. Third place is Tyler Schwartz. Fourth place is Trenton Zahn, and fifth place is Layla X.
another exceptional class and a bit of a heater to start out this one. I think really, really good. Just the look, the balance, the presence, and I can tell you his skeleton lets him flat scoot around this ring. And to be honest, he walks away with it because of his skeleton. Yet you get right on top of him. His rib shape, the way he comes out of the back of his blade and his rack, all the way down the top side of his skeleton, so good. I do think if you want to get nitpicky on him, it's not nitpicky. He's got a touch of shoulder and a little longer blade in him. I think if that is any indication to what he's going to be long term, I think that young lady's going to have a bright, fun future with that one. That one's really, really good. Congratulations, young man. You just really found in a buzzsaw of a class, and I'll tell you, that's a good kind of a sheep right there. Flexible, functional in terms of his build. He's good and square in his rack shape. He's good up high. You know, a sheep, maybe it's not as far along as your class winner, but, man, still one that everything fits together, really proportional, just not as many bells and whistles as the one that wins, but still a good sheep standing second. Young lady sheep in third, really a good long pattern kind of a sheep. I think one that's got tons of length of stride to him. He's really sound and flexible. You just look at him on the profile, he probably just runs out of center rib shape. You take him on back through his flank. You just like to soften and balance him up just a shot better. I don't think he's quite as explosive in terms of muscle up high as maybe the two right ahead of him, but I think a good feeding kind of a sheep that's got a nice look, really long pattern. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Really, really good class.
All right, now entering the ring should be our heavyweight class in naturals, class 17. Following the completion of this class, we'll go ahead and pick our champion and reserve champion naturals. So for those of you that had either a first or a second come out of the natural division, please be ready so we can go ahead and pick our champion in reserve.
the three sheep that surface in here are undoubtedly the three soundest in motion. And the young lady's black sheep that's going to go ahead and win here, I think he's a good combination of having the right kind of density of feature, the great kind of shape and turn that he has the upper part of his skeleton, yet still having an attractive look. He's probably not just the boldest ribbed one we've ever seen in here, but with the skeleton, genuine body shape and power definitely favors him in here. I think he's a safe place to start. Young lady sheep that comes out next, I think one that's similar in this type and kind as our class winner. Probably doesn't tie his neck quite as good out at the top part of his blade. Probably just a tick deeper in terms of his chest than maybe a couple other ones. But I think his basic build and skeleton's good. He's got plenty enough muscle at this stage of the game. Good shape kind of a sheep as well. Young man sheep that comes next, interestingly enough, I like him really well when he came across the surface the very first time. Probably just struggled to get a great look of him afterward. Probably a sheep that just wants to play out of his front end just a little bit more. His most comfortable position standing out. And, maybe he's wanting to fight the young man a little bit. But I think a good-bodied sheep, it's good in terms of muscle and feature. I think this one's got a bright future. Young man, I'd keep working with that one really, really hard and keep getting as good of a relationship as you two can together, because I think that'll be beneficial long term. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Really nice top trio.
Now we'll go ahead and have our champion natural drive. If you had first or second in any of the three classes of naturals, please go ahead and make your way into the ring. Following the natural champion drive, we'll go ahead and roll into our two classes of specs. So spec exhibitors, please be ready. Placings on class 17. In first place was Emma Krutzweil. Second place was Abby Lurkey. Third place was Everett Mueller. And fourth place was Brayson Brandt. And fifth place was Grace Peterson. Again, natural colored exhibitors, if you were first or second in any class, please be getting to the ring so we can go ahead and pick our champion and reserve champion natural.
If we could we give these natural exhibitors a really nice round of applause? I sure think they deserve it. Been a really, really good lineup here. And I'm going to go out and give them one more good look. There's like two of them that just, I think, really stick out in my mind, and I like them quite a bit. I still haven't made my mind up exactly. I'll go give them a look, show you a champion in reserve.
Your champion natural was exhibited by Chloe Nelson, and your reserve natural was exhibited by Callie Nelson. Those of you in Specs Class 18, go ahead and make your way into the ring. Specs Class 19, you are on deck. Following the completion of the second class of Specs, we'll go ahead and roll into the Spec Champion Drive. Again, Suffolk Exhibitors, there's only 2 classes of Specs, so please be ready.
Another good class to begin with, and as soon as she walked in, I had a pretty good idea what way I was going to go. Young man's got a nice ULAM here. It's really captivating in terms of her look, super sound structured, and I think's got plenty enough to her. That's the kind that just looks like, all day long term. That one's going to be good now and good down the road. I like her to start pretty handily. Young man's whether comes next, I think one super dense, just in terms of forearm and feature and power. I think one that's got plenty of shape and muscle to him. Probably one that just doesn't tie as deep in through his twist. Probably not as elegant and attractive in his look as that class winner, but one I think sure enough a meat and potatoes kind of land that's sure enough good long term. Same story goes for young man's ULAM comes next. I think one super tall fronted, very attractive in terms of her silhouette and her pattern. Got a good hind leg posture. I think probably just runs out of the extra density and power in here. Probably just gets out horsed just a little bit. The young man's doing a great job. really, really good class of speckled sheep. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
All right. Now coming into the ring should be Class 19, our heavyweight class of specs. Following the completion of this class, we'll go ahead and pick a champion and reserve champion spec. Your placings on Class 18. First place goes to Gavin Slark. Second place goes to Connor Starr. Third place, Everett Mueller. Fourth place, Kagan Steinke. And fifth place, Emma Kurtzwell. Again, we have our heavyweight class of specs coming into the ring. First and second of the previous specs class, please hang on and be ready to go in for the champion drive.
Kids keep rolling out the good ones, and I think young ladies, whether it's going to go ahead and win this class, I think it starts from the ground up. He's the most functional in terms of his skeleton. I like his hip and hind leg posture, is the way he blends together from his shoulder back through his forearm. And, you know, he's probably just not all the way there in terms of shape up high, but I think he's got more than enough. He squared his edges. He's a good-looking sheep. I like his look, his balance, and his presence quite a bit to go a long way. Young man sheep that comes next probably just got a touch more turn to him right out of his hip, probably a little broader at the upper part of his hip and down through his leg. I think a sheep that's probably not quite as attractive in terms of the set to his hind leg, probably not as dense just in terms of his forearm and feature, probably just doesn't have the balance in the silhouette. Got a touch more muscle and shape to him than your class winner. Probably doesn't tie it together just quite as pretty and attractive from the profile, but it's sure enough good sheep long term. Same story goes right here for the young lady, one that's not short on muscle and power. I'd like to just lift her neck right out of her shoulder a little bit better, just intensify her in terms of her feature, especially up by her forearm. I think that's still a good sheep that's got a good feeding pattern, looks good long term. I like that one's kind. Congratulations, all these exhibitors, real nice class.
All right. If we could have our first and second place spec exhibitors come back into the ring for our champion spec drive. Your first place out of Class 19 was Chloe Nelson. Second place was Brant Balfons. Third place was Bryn Haynes. Fourth place was Morgan Squires. And fifth place was Natalie Abbey. Again, we have our spec champion drive in the ring. Suffolk exhibitors, Class 20, please be on deck so we can roll right into the Suffolks after the spec champion drive.
If we could give all these youngsters a nice round of applause, because they've sure enough done a good job, and a couple young kids out here sure getting it done. That's really cool to see. With that said, I'm gonna keep them class winners together. I'll go out here and show you which one of the two that I like better. Congratulations to both these kids. I think they're both real good sheep.
Your grand champion spec was exhibited by Chloe Nelson, and your reserve spec was exhibited by Gavin Slark. Suffolk exhibitors, we're going to go ahead and start with our lightweight class as Suffolks. That would be Class 20. Class 21, our middleweight Suffolks, we just finished specs. Our middleweight Suffolks, please be on deck. Crossbred exhibitors, there are only 3 classes of Suffolk, and in the heavyweight class of Suffolk, there are only 3 entries. So our first class of crossbreds, please start getting your sheep ready and be on the lookout for first call for the class of crossbreds.
three young ladies sure doing an outstanding job up here. And young lady I like to start with, I think is easily the soundest and most flexible one, but yet builds it all together with the fact that she's so stout and opened up, great in terms of her rib and body shape. That one's look and pattern from the profile is second to none, and I just think that one reads with a ton of quality, a ton of look and presence. Really, really good sheep to go ahead and win. Young lady sheep that comes next, probably just a little slimmer about her neck and maybe even longer neck than your class winner. I think another one that's really sound and flexible in terms of her body, in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Probably just not as dense in terms of her feature as your class winner. But, man, I think one that just reads with a ton of quality, great look and presence. I think long term that one gets better every day on feed. I think young lady's got a great project there. Young lady that comes out next in third, I think one that's extreme in terms of muscle, shape, power, and mass. Problem is you get him out in motion. I don't know if he's hurt himself, but he's really wanting to give to his back left leg. I think the rest of him super, super good. Just got to see him moving a touch better out here to get him up any higher today. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Really nice class.
All right. Class 21 of the Suffolks, our middleweight Suffolks, go ahead and please come into the ring. Our heavyweight Suffolks, Class 22, please be on deck. Following the completion of our 3-entry heavyweight class, we'll go ahead and move into our champion Suffolk drive, then move into our crossbreds. Your placing on Class 20 of our Suffolks. First place is Kylie Slark. Second place, Lainey Thomas. Third place, JC Johnson. Fourth place, Croy Thies. And fifth place, Olivia Olson. Again, we have our middleweight Suffolk class in the ring right now. Heavyweight Suffolks on deck.
Super good top pair of them right here, and the one I'm going to like to use to start is Lights Out from the side. That one's natural elevation, presence and look is second to none. I think that one's really, really good. He's incredibly good, propped up on the stand. Every now and then, he's not quite wanting to get out and just go as good as he can, but when we're getting this late in the day, I guess I get to live with it a little bit because it's not just one of them, it's all of them. I would like to say young man Sheep in second's awfully good one to be standing in second, and he may be just a touch better in the lower part of his forerib, right out from the bottom of his chest, than your class winner. Probably just doesn't tie it all together as that one that wins from the middle part of his spine back out of his hip. He's not as opened up or extreme there as the one that wins, but I think a sure enough good Sheep. I like them top pair a whole bunch. Young lady's got a nice kind of a lamb in third, just runs into a buzzsaw of a top pair. Probably just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, not as tall-fronted and attractive in his look, but I think a sure enough good kind of a Sheep. Really good top pair. Congratulations, both those kids.
All right, now we need our heavyweight class of Suffolks into the ring. There should be 3 of those. Following the completion of the heavyweight Suffolk class, we're going to go ahead and roll right into the Champion Suffolk Drive. Following the completion of the Champion Suffolk Drive, we'll go ahead and roll right into our crossbred show. Placings on our middleweight Suffolks. First place was Isabel Roloff. Second place was Cole Slark. And third place was Bryn Haynes. And so
good trio of sheep right here, and the young man's that goes ahead and wins. I think really a sound kind of a sheep that's really attractive. Bigger frame sheep that really runs uphill. I mean, he's got a great kind of look and presence, just how his natural elevation set in. I think everything blends and fits together so good. He still handles with plenty enough shape up high. I think his loin's coming in real good, and I like his center rib shape a little bit better than the one that ends up in second, just in terms of true dimension and boldness and power. I think a good place to start. Young lady sheep in second got a sure enough cool look. That one gets his head up, and he's sure hard to not look at. I like that natural elevation. I like the extra shape he's got. He's probably a touch bigger just in his rack than the one that wins, but I would like to just change that one, make him a little bit bolder in his rib, take him back to his hip and open him up right through there. I think that's a sure enough good sheep, great pattern kind of a lamb to stand in second. She's got a bright future ahead of her with him. Young man that comes in next, I think one that probably just doesn't have as much wow factor in terms of look or center body or just true mass to him, but I think one that's functional in terms of his build, sure enough long and slim through his front end. I think a good kind of a sheep, just runs into two that got a few more bells and whistles. Congratulations, all three of those exhibitors. You're happy and excited to get back into your Suffolk Champion Drive.
All right, we have our champion Suffolk Drive in the ring right now. If the first class of crossbreds, class 23, can go ahead and be on deck and ready. Your placing on your heavyweight class is Suffolk's. In first place was Levi Paskill, and in second place was Peyton Van Schindel.
Another great lineup, and it's been like this all day, and that's what makes this so fun. And even as the days get long, you know, for me, who my day hasn't been as long as all you all ringside and parents watching in the back, but I'll tell you, it just makes it so much easier to keep going when you have quality this deep and so good. And you know, there's a couple sheep in here, and you only get to pick two, and there's some that get left out that, you know, you go to the next show and they don't get left out because they're really good. It's just what's your preference, where do you want to go, and what do you like. I'll go out here and show you two of them I like quite a bit. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause. They've sure brought the heat yet again.
Your champion Suffolk was exhibited by Isabel Roloff. Your reserve champion Suffolk was exhibited by Kylie Stark. Entering the ring now should be the first class of crossbreds, class 23. Class 24 of crossbreds, please be on deck.
as we drop into the crossbreds, I think interesting class to start, and I think the young man's wins pretty handily, in my opinion. Just in terms of build, balance, and flexibility, I think she holds it all together the best, and yet when you get right on top of her, she's the biggest and squarest in terms of her shape up high. I think reads with the most quality and longevity long term. Young lady that comes out next, another one that's fresh and hydrated in terms of his shape, plenty functional and flexible on the move, probably just not as attractive as the one right ahead of him. Just like to change him off both ends of his skeleton, give him a little more true rib shape when you get right underneath him. But I think a good enough sheep. Young lady does a really nice job. Young lady that comes next, a sheep a little longer and bigger in terms of his pattern, probably a sheep that's a little bit longer in terms of his stride. I think one that really starts to round out of his hip and gets up in his spine. We could really just change how he moves in terms of his skeleton. Probably one that I would just like to see more true width and power all the way throughout, but a sure enough nice sheep to feed long term. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Let's give a nice round of applause.
Class 24 crossbreds should be coming into the ring. Class 25 crossbreds, please be on deck. Your placing of our first class of crossbreds, class 23, in first place was Sawyer Dannenberg. Second place was Piper Murfelt. Third place was Sawyer Dannenberg. And fourth place was Miranda Kotke.
good class of sheep, and young man's sheep caught me initial impression right off the bat. Just that kind of uphill look and presence, he's got it, and matches it with so much feature underneath. I think what really sets him apart in here is his just ability to take such a ground-consuming kind of a step. The way he gets out and travels across the surface is so good, and I think just really ties it all together. Tons of muscle, tons of shape, a lot of potential in that sheep long-term. I like him quite a bit. Young lady sheep comes next. No doubt about it, he's super extreme. Huge legs, really cool neck, but man, is he hard. He's green, and I think she knows that. Long-term, that one's got some neat pieces, and he could do some really cool stuff. When you get him that big pinned, that cool necked, and that big-legged, the rest of it can come together. It just takes a little time and some elbow grease and a lot of feed. But I think that one all the way along, it'll be interesting to see how he plays out. A lot of neat pieces in that sheep. Cool one. Young lady that comes next, I think one that's pretty flexible in terms of his build and his movement. I think a sheep that probably isn't quite as cool just in terms of his look as the other two. I don't know if he's just as big in his forearm. You step right behind him, and he's good in terms of his rack shape and square in his edges. He starts to fade back out through his loin just a touch. But I think that's a nice kind of a feeding sheep. He looks like one that's going to be big and good the older that he gets. I think that's a good one. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Really nice top trio.
All right, Class 25 crossbreds should be coming into the ring. Class 26 of crossbreds, please be on deck. Your placings of Class 24. In first place was Kevin Kitchen. Second place was Peyton Van Schindel. Third place was Kaylin Smirchek. Fourth place was Zachary Daringer. And fifth place was Kayla Ham. Again, we have Class 25 of the crossbreds coming in to the ring currently. Class 26, please be on deck.
another good class. And the 4 all up top all got some neat pieces to talk about. I think the one that puts it all together the best and is not only just so good in terms of muscle and body shape, but also flexibility and looks, the young ladies that's going to go ahead and win. He's so square and good in his shape up high, and yet that one's still cool-necked and ties everything together so well. Every now and then he wants to fight the halter just a little bit, but I think his build and his body shape's really, really good and parked up. Got a great silhouette. Young ladies ULAM comes next. Sure hard to deny that kind of look and that kind of elevation from the side. And I like that one a lot when you get right on top of her. Only problem is get out in motion, just a little quick in her step off both ends of her framework for me. I'd just like to loosen her up and see her go. But good bodied, great shaped, cool looking one standing second. Young man sheep that comes next, I think one arguably maybe the soundest off both ends of his skeleton. You know, he's got a great set to his hind leg, a really flexible foot, and just the way he goes on motion's really, really good. Probably a little frailer featured when you start studying him in his forearm. I think that sheep, compared to the 2 right ahead of him, the biggest holdup he's got is he's pretty flat in his center rib, and he's not quite stout enough when you take him into the seat of his pants. Long term, I think that can be his play. As long as you feed that one, keep him going, I think his build will carry him a long ways. Same story goes for young ladies there over in 4th, because that one's super big pinned. He's wide and he's square. He's big racked. He's square up high. His biggest problem is he's not ready enough. His rib shape's just too flat, and there's not enough of it to justify him getting up a bunch of some other ones. Just got to open him up so much in the center portion of his body, but he's another good one. Congratulations to those kids on a good class of sheep.
All right, coming into the ring should be Class 26 for crossbreds. Class 27, please be on deck. After Class 26, we have 3 more classes of crossbreds. Then we'll go ahead and pick our champion and reserve champion crossbred, and then pick champion through 5th overall. Your placings on Class 25 of the crossbreds. In first place was Hadley Thomas. Second was J.C. Johnson. Third was Cole Slark. Fourth was Emma Krutzweil. And fifth was Megan Kotke. Again, we have Class 26 of the crossbreds in the ring currently. Class 27, please be on deck.
another sure enough good one to win. And when you get right on top of him, he's arguably as good handling as one as we've had in the ring all day. So fresh, so square, so much good shape. And yet you get off to the profile, that one's sure hard to deny just in terms of kind of look and presence from a profile. Functional in terms of his skeleton. I think one that just reads so good in terms of quality. His type's sure enough a good one. Young lady that comes next, I think a good sheep. One that's really dense and bold in terms of his feature. I think a sheep, when you get right behind him, has got plenty enough to him. Probably in here just runs out of the bells and whistles compared to that one. I don't know if he's just quite as full right through his loin as he could be. Good rack sheep. I think one that reads with a lot of quality and a lot of look and presence. One that stands right behind him, another good handling sheep. I think that one's great in terms of his rack shape. He transitions back so fresh and square from their back. I think his angles read right. I think the biggest thing limiting him is he's just not as progressive in terms of sweet to his rib or soft in his body type. I think that one's picked up in his chest. He's ultra lean, good necked. I think a sure enough nice sheep, just needs more time to soften up and fill out, but I'm sure enough a good one. Congratulations, those kids. Really good one to win.
All right, coming into the ring next should be Class 27 for crossbreds. We have 2 more classes of crossbreds left, and then our Grand Champion Crossbred Drive. Your placings on Class 26. First place goes to Lindsay Roloff. Second place goes to Brinley Krull. Third, Madison Pascal. Fourth, Marissa Kotke. And fifth, Sienna Nicholas. Again, we have our Class 27 crossbreds going into the ring. Class 28 crossbreds, please be on deck.
It's the close decisions that sometimes make it the most fun, and great trio of sheep right here, and I think they all have something very, very good to offer, and I think they're all exceptionally good. The young ladies that I select to win, I think he's just the best blend of them all. He's so attractive when she gets him propped up from the side. He's dense in terms of his feature. He's sound in motion. Yeah, he's wanting to fight her a little bit right now, but, it only takes one great look of him. You know how good that sheep is. And, you get on the top side of his skeleton, he handles good. Probably not as extreme as the one that sits right behind him, but I think that one just ties it all together, and the reason that he wins ultimately is because of his skeleton. Young lady sheep that stands second, I think that one's super, super cool. I love that one's neck shape. I love her front end. She's massive up high. That one's rib shape's as good as any we've seen all day, and I'll be the first to tell you that. Just gets a little more vertical for me and quicken her step, especially off her rear too, just in motion. But I think that one has a ton of value, and she's super, super good. It's hard to make them to look like that. Young ladies that comes next, this sheep's super, super sound, and he's trim. His center part of his body's not there yet, but you study the angles to his hip, his hind leg, and his skeleton, it's all right, and his front end's super good too. That one just needs time to come into his center body and his center rib cage. I think that happens. That sheep gets real, real good in a hurry. I think he's got a lot of potential, just not quite there yet. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really, really good top trio of sheep.
All right, Class 28 crossbreds coming into the ring. Folks, we are in the home stretch. We are down to our last class of crossbreds that'll be on deck. Then we'll go ahead and pick our champion crossbred and our overall champions. Placings on Class 27, our classic crossbreds. First place goes to Chloe Nelson. Second place to Sarah Johnson. And third place to Riley Thies.
you can really tell a lot about these top 4 when you get in front of them and get right on top of them, and a little bit of a projection game in here as well. But the one that you always come back to is the young ladies that's going to go ahead and win. Not only is she the best just in terms of handling quality, but that one's the most elite from the side, super fault-free in terms of her build. That one's worth a lot. I like her quite a bit. Young man sheep that comes next, that's one that when you start studying his rib cage and back out of his hip, he's probably not quite there yet, but, man, in terms of just square, fresh shape and how that one's built off both ends of his framework, he's really, really good. Long and slim about his neck. I think that one long-term, when everything kind of comes together, he's going to be really, really good. I like that sheep. All right, you're fine. Nice shot, buddy. Young lady sheep that comes next now in third. This is one that I like a lot of things about. He's interesting because he's sound. He's really cool. When she gets that one parked and on the brace, man, he gives you a good look. He's just not quite there yet, just green in terms of his center rib and his body. But, man, in terms of muscle shape and flexibility and pipe underneath, he's got a long ways to go, and I think he's got plenty in him. I'll go ahead and talk to young ladies over here. I think that sheep was really interesting. I'd just like to change the set to his hind leg and how he's constructed underneath. A little coarser jointed in his kind, but, big fresh shape. I think a sheep's got a whole lot to him, a big rib cage. Probably one that, like I said, just intensify his feature, cut him back in terms of his hock, and just make him stride out just a touch more flexible. Good sheep right there. Really nice class, I think, as we wrap everything up. Thank you.
Test. Okay. All right, last class of the day. Come on in. Following the completion of this class, we'll go ahead and pick our champion crossbred. So any first or second in the crossbred classes, please be hanging out on standby so we can go ahead and pick our champion. Your results for Class 28. First place goes to Peyton Van Schindel. Second place goes to Brant Balfons. And third place goes to Sarah Kronberg. We have our last class of crossbreds in the ring. Those of you that had first or second in the crossbreds, please be sure to have those on deck for the crossbred champion drive. Those of you that also have champions in other breeds, AOB, Hamp, the Market U division, Natural, Specs, or Suffix, be sure to start getting those ready because we'll go ahead and pick our champion through 5th overall immediately following the crossbred champion drive.
Good trio of sheep to end on here, and same thing goes for the young man over there. Solid class. Young lady sheep I'm going to like to start with. I think one is just the longer you study him, the more you like him. Super long-necked and really clean and fresh in terms of his look. His shape is square and good. I think that sheep's really genuine just in terms of his width to skeleton. Everything matches. He's not the heaviest structured one in here. He's probably not just the densest in terms of his feature in here. But I think everything in that sheep fits. He's clean-bodied. He's square-shaped. He's really attractive, and he's really sound. I like him to win. Young man sheep that comes next, he's the big-footed one. He's the one that's really hard to deny just in terms of his extra length of pattern. He's got plenty of shape and spread right out of the back of his hip. That one's big and bold. I just think long-term, that one comes into his center rib, and he keeps going and maturing. I think his loin will come together real good. I think that sheep's got a lot of quality, a lot of look, and a lot of presence. I think he gets better with time. It just as everything starts to come together, shapes and creases up really good. I like that sheep quite a bit. Young lady sheep that comes out next, one that I just love is Skeleton. He's so sound and he's so flexible, and he's probably so loose out of his hip and his hind leg, he wants to drop out of his hip just a little bit. Probably not the squarest out of his dock, but yet he's so sound and flexible, he kind of drops it in motion. I think when that sheep just squares up and gets a touch harder right up high, I think he's got a lot of quality and a lot of look. Love his Skeleton. He can go a long way with how he's built underneath. Congratulations, those kids. We'll get into your champion crossbred drive.
All right, we'll go ahead and bring in our class winners and our seconds for our champion crossbred drive. Those of you that had a champion in another breed, AOB, Hamp, etc., please be on deck waiting so we can go ahead and pick our champion through 5th overall for our show 2.
If we could give these crossbred exhibitors a good round of applause as we start to wind out the day here. And top end of these crosses and everything that's out here, they kind of come together and resemble what you would expect to come out of this division. I think there's a lot of really good sheep out here. You only get to pick 2, but, there's a bunch more than just 2 that are sure enough deserving to get both of those banners. I'm going to go out and take another look at them. Super proud of this lineup. I think these kids have done an incredible job. And, regardless of what goes on, I think the quality of these sheep and the manner they've been presented in speaks for itself. And I'm just super pleased and really excited to go show you these 2.
Your champion crossbred was exhibited by Lindsay Roloff, and your reserve champion crossbred was exhibited by Chloe Nelson. All right, we're here and ready for the grand finale that we've got for show number 2. Those of you that were a champion or a reserve in any of our breeds that we had today, please go meet Heidi at the end of the ring so we can go ahead and get set up for our champion overall drive. Our champion AOB was exhibited by Brady Might. Our reserve champion AOB was exhibited by Cole Slark. For our Hamp classes, our champion Hamp was exhibited by Lindsay Roloff, and our reserve champion was exhibited by Wyatt Nixon. Moving into our Market U division, our champion Market U was exhibited by Isabel Roloff, and our reserve champion was exhibited by Callie Nelson. In our natural colored division, our champion natural was exhibited by Chloe Nelson, and our reserve champion was exhibited by Callie Nelson. In the specs, our champion spec was exhibited by Chloe Nelson, and our reserve spec was exhibited by Gavin Slark. In the Suffolks, our champion Suffolk was exhibited by Isabel Roloff, and our reserve champion Suffolk was exhibited by Kylie Slark. And as most of y'all just heard, our champion crossbred was exhibited by Lindsay Roloff, and our reserve champion crossbred was exhibited by Chloe Nelson. While Kip is sorting through his grand overall drive, we would like to thank everybody who came out today to come to the showdown at Dodge and stick with us through both of the shows. We'd also like to thank Kip Wallace for taking the time out of his Sunday to come up and evaluate all of our great sheep that we saw today. So let's go ahead and give him a round of applause. There's a correction on the Hamps. The reserve champion Hamp was exhibited by J.C. Johnson.
You know, it's kind of cool. Anything you do in life, whenever you start a project and you finish it or you get to the end and things kind of come to fruition to see kind of what you build. And, you know, it's very humbling to be able to stand out here and look at a lineup of sheep that are this good. And, you know, I'm not saying I did it perfect. There's other people that do it a million different ways, and everybody can justify it. And, you know, I'm not the sheep guru by any means, but I'm sure enough proud of these kids and the job that they've done and the quality of livestock that they've presented today, because it's been second to none. And I can say that wholeheartedly, that I am extremely impressed. And whether you're from the state of Wisconsin or from elsewhere, it makes me sure enough proud to be a Wisconsinite for all of you to come here and spend this kind of time and have this quality of stock in this state, because it really means a lot to all the livestock breeders in here, regardless of if they're in the sheep industry or not. I can say this wholeheartedly. My family raises cattle at home. We live about 4 hours northwest of here. Raise a lot of Red Angus and Simmental cattle, and I did not grow up showing sheep. But I can tell you, the longer that I've been judging these deals and the more sheep I've been exposed to, there's no doubt in my mind, every time I come and judge one, they seem to get better every time. And I think that's a testament to all the breeders out there and the people that are, you know, behind the scenes and families feeding and all the kids doing the work. They make me want to have sheep. And that says a lot, because I'm pretty stubborn. I like cattle a lot. But when you get them this good and they're this fun to sort and evaluate and look at, why wouldn't more people want to get in on it? And I just think that's a testament to all of you kids and all the work and effort that you put in. Regardless of how the times are, I'll leave that at be. But I'll tell you one thing, it was sure enough an incredible experience to get to pull into this fairgrounds this morning and see all these kids and all these trailers and sheep running around everywhere. It's just a great feeling after everything that's been going on. And I hope all you families and all you kids really cherish that and experience it. I would like to say I hope it doesn't go unnoticed, but a nice round of applause should be given to all the people in the back here for making this work, because I don't know all the details, but I'm sure that it was not easy to make this show happen. So thank you very much from all of us. If we could, let's give them a nice round of applause. I can tell you I got a few friends that judge a little bit here, there, and all over, and they've done some of these virtual shows, and that stuff's really cool, and I'm supposed to judge a virtual goat show coming up here. Well, I can tell you, I'm excited to be able to say I've done it, but nothing beats being out in the ring and doing this, and just the experience you get working with these kids, whether it be joking fun or being able to use good livestock. I think it's pretty awesome. With that said, I know it's a sparse crowd. It's been a long day. Everybody's got to get home. If we could, let's give all these kids a real nice round of applause. I'll go show you a top five.